Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1. America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon in the city. Now starting to feel a little more like fall. Temperatures dipping a bit. Aqueduct Racetrack in Queens. Final day of the Belmont at the Big A Fall Meet. First of 9 races in about 10 minutes. And welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. So, yeah, final day at this Belmont at the Big A Fall Meet. But fear not, right back at it on Thursday, opening day of the traditional Aqueduct Fall Meet. Then the traditional Aqueduct Winter Meet. Bottom line, the meets change, but for now, the venue remains the same until we open the brand new Belmont Park in 2026. As for this closing day, Belmont at the Big A Fall Meet, some of the highlights: 3 stakes races on tap. And it starts early. Race 2, Turn Back the Alarm, aptly named event. Use that extra hour of sleep, the Pumpkin Pie, and the 80th running of the Discovery. So welcome in my co-host, Sarah El Badwi. Sarah, great to have you on set. We'll have a lot to recap in terms of Breeders' Cup, but for this closing day of the Fall Meet, what are you looking forward to most?
We have plenty of stakes action. We have a very competitive field being featured in that Discovery coming up. I think there are horses, 4 of them, that you can make a legitimate case for. Of course, your favorite one we'll talk about in a moment with Batten Down for Bill Mott towards the outside. But this will be the first Sunday of this particular meet that there's no pick 6 carryover heading into later on in the week. Mandatory payouts and all of those multis as we start a new meet on Thursday.
We were that close. Almost made it all the way to this final Sunday of the meet. You mentioned the trio of stakes races. Let's start with that. Discovery, the field, 3-year-olds, mile and an eighth, $150,000 purse. Beautifully bred. Batten Down, number 9, 7-5 on the morning line. This is the Bourbon Flight. This was late September at Churchill Downs. He's odds on, Sarah, and Batten Down in command from Jump Street.
He is, and he's a horse that has shown a lot of that good early speed and being able to see things out over a route of ground when he isn't facing the likes of Fierceness, who just recently finished second in that Breeders' Cup Classic yesterday. Torpedo Anna, winner of your Breeders' Cup Distaff, Sierra Leone Classic winner. I mean, when he is against a group that he can run his race with, where he gets that easy lead and is able to control things, he's powerful. He's turned in some very impressive performances, but will anybody contest him on the front end, and is he vulnerable if so?
I guess that's the question. You get the world-class connections, Judd-Mundt homebred, trained by Bill Mott, Batten Down, but yeah, who has the most upside to pull off a potential upset?
I mean, I think that if it just depends on who tries to go to the lead with him. I think that John Velazquez, right to his inside with Tuscan Sky, might try to use some early speed.
John Velazquez yesterday, a victory out west in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, piling up those Breeders' Cup victories for the Hall of Famer. Much more on yesterday's championship events throughout the broadcast. But first things first, today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual unusually well. The opener in moment starts the early pick 5, aforementioned stakes races, Turn Back the Alarm, Pumpkin Pie, and Discovery, and the pick 6 begins in the 4th race. Haven't signed up just yet. Invite still stands. Sign up today, NYRABets.com. Sign up with that promo code BONUS200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NYRABets.com, to earn your $200 deposit match. Here's the field for the opener. Current odds, freshman. And what better way to start, by the way. Always exciting. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 5-time general champion sire Into Mischief. The field for these 2-year-olds. 7/8 of a mile. Check that, a mile. And we'll see how they look arriving moments ago. Fun to tap pictured there. Mandy Pope's $1.2 million colt.
He has plenty of pedigree to suggest that he'll handle this stretch out in distance. Didn't break all that well first time out. Could improve second time.
6-1 currently. Then Cooper, big weekend for Godolphin out west.
Absolutely. Another one that does have some route experience and is adding blinkers, trying to get in the game a little bit earlier.
Interceptor, Wise Racing first-time starter.
A son of Authentic. We'll see how he does first time out for Chad Brown and Dylan Davis.
And Tatum, second at 2 for Todd Pletcher.
Short price last time out, finishing second to Tony Eclipse, who we saw run back yesterday.
Uncle Holka, expensive, Spendthrift, Big Easy Racing debuting colt.
And worked well well at the OBS March sale, going 10-2 without being asked for too much.
Dio Romano to almost complete the field, the Brown Road Racing and Twin Farms first-time starter.
Yeah, this one going out for Melanie Giddings, Union Rags, and this one I have to Detective Tom, who was a precocious type.
The most experienced of the crew, Cyclone State.
He is the one that will be in front early on in this race unless some of those other horses have some newfound speed. He's been able to run well in most of his starts going on the dirt so far.
Early pick 5 starts here. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Maybe you're just joining us, want to play the races, don't have past performances. Equibase has you covered. Get all the past performances of today's races. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. So we welcome champion jockey Richie Migliore joining us now. Richie, you've been tracking these 2-year-olds from when they arrived in the paddock through the post-parade. Now they begin the warm-up. What caught your eye?
Well, a very well-behaved group, Lafitte. An absolutely spectacular autumn day. I don't mind when it cools off, and it's just right today, and spectacular sunshine as well. We'll start down on the inside with the one Fun to Tap, who will be my top selection. I thought he had some subtle trouble in his first start, kind of raked the starting gate, leaving there. That was sprinting. He definitely looks like the type that would appreciate going further. He adds blinkers. Really great disposition on this horse, kind of a laid-back demeanor, and I love the way he warmed up. I think 7-1 right now is way too big a price on the one Fun to Tap, who will be my top selection. The 3 Interceptor, first-time starter from Chad Brown, certainly making a nice impression here. Kind of a long, scopy type that I can see why they're starting this horse at the 1-mile distance. I do prefer others a little bit from a physical perspective, but I thought he just looked like a kind of a smart colt, really taking things in, and you know, you see when a horse has a clarity in their eye and they're just kind of understanding of things around them. The 4, Antietam, the other Todd Pletcher, extremely well turned out. Now, he ran well going a mile at Laurel last time. I do think this is probably a bit of a deeper group. And looking at him from a physical perspective, I just prefer the other Todd Pletcher at the 1-mile distance. Just looks like he's built more like a horse that would appreciate the mile. And then the 5, Uncle Hulka, for you Stripes fans, the reference, Uncle Hulka's big toe there, but really well turned out. Love the way he went off, and you get your combination of your Breeders' Cup Classic winning rider, Flavien Prat for Chad Brown, and this is the one taking money. And usually when horses take money as a first-time starter, it's because they have impressed in their morning trials. I'm going to the 1. I wish I could lock in at the 7-1 right now at Fun to Tap.
More on Fun to Tap in just a moment. Well done, Richie, picking up on the Stripes aspect. Uncle Hulka, Prat, Brown, teamed up to win yesterday's Breeders' Cup Classic. Sierra Leone, Sarah, and for Brown, also the 2024 Belmont at the Big A Fall Meet leading trainer.
Yeah, I'd say he's got this one wrapped up with a significant lead.
Not 12 races today.
No, not quite. Look, he has just been able to perform at the top level for a consistent period of time, and he gets the horses that are able to bring him more success, and Sierra Leone, of course, being one of them. And now he's made good on that expensive purchase price as well, having amassed earnings that are far more than what he originally cost. And I think some feelings of redemption with a horse that was difficult to figure out early on.
Without question. And now the question, which we'll explore, 3-year-old champion 2024. That's later in the broadcast. The other, trained by Chad Brown, the first-time starter, Interceptor, Dylan Davis. 3 more wins yesterday, included the tempted victory with Stunner, Sarah, and running away with this fall meet title, Dylan Davis.
I mean, he's just had this momentum carrying throughout this year, really showing up in Saratoga in such a big way that I think has turned heads for him going forwards with some of the top connections in terms of this meet. He went out to the Breeders' Cup on Friday, rode in a couple of races out there, and I think that he is going to be in the conversation for all of the big races coming up next year. Everyone has taken notice of what he's been able to do over 2024.
His star on the ascend, Dylan Davis, Interceptor, first-time starter. Fun to Tap. Richie said, can he lock in that 6-1 as we get ready for this Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day? And part of the story here, Fun to Tap, it was in this race, the day after the Breeders' Cup, 2022, we were introduced to a colt named Tappet Trice. He ran 3rd in his debut, eventual Grade 1 winner, the Bluegrass winner. Ran 6th, I believe, yesterday in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Mandy Pope owned him. He was a $1.3 million purchase. Now in the first race Sunday after Breeders' Cup, here's Mandy Pope's Fun to Tap, ready to make his debut.
Well, I think that's a fun fact, and I agree with Richie. I picked this horse On Top, who he's not debuting, but he is stretching out for the first time in here and adding some blinkers for Todd Pletcher, and he is one that made a little bit of a run in that first race after just being so detached from the field early, and we've seen some of the runners from that race. Comes a time your winner, rookie card, finish second and there at a short price, come back and maybe regress a little bit in terms of their buyer speed figures, but some of them were trying something new. Comes a time stretching out to a graded stakes race at Churchill Downs, and the two horses that he did beat home, they both came back to improve, one of them winning with significant improvement. So I think that he gets himself a little bit more in the game this time around.
And that's the point. Just because a 2-year-old didn't run and compete in this weekend's Breeders' Cup Juvenile, the Juvenile Fillies, doesn't mean there isn't a potential star in the making that isn't competing at the highest level right now. Maybe it's still a maiden on this 3rd of November that has big things in their future.
Absolutely. I think we saw horses like Sierra Leone, Dornoch. They did not go to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile last year, and we saw them end up taking some of those classic races and the Breeders' Cup Classic eventually. So you can have those horses that are fun to follow and exciting prospects going into next year on that Triple Crown Trail and beyond at any point in time. It's not as though they had to have run yesterday or Friday.
And for Mandy Pope, 2 years ago, it was Tapit Trice's debut in this race. He ran 3rd. Let's see what Fun to Tap does. The $1.2 million Tapit Colt at the starting gate for the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Final look at the favorite there in Uncle Holka. For the classic winning tandem, Flavien Prat, Chad Brown. Uncle Holka in his debut, and see how professional he is as they try to coax him forward, get these 2-year-olds into the starting gate and set sail with this closing day. Belmont of the Big A Fall Meet. Chris Griffin with the load and call. It's post time.
Uncle Holka. Next to load, Dia Romano. Cyclone State to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. In between horses and Tatum flashes early speed, and there's Cyclone State towards the outside, and now Cyclone State is the clear leader. And Cyclone State gets right over towards the rail, is up by a neck. There's Antietam in between horses moving, and Uncle Holka is going to join that early group as well. Out wider, Dio Romano is tracking in a shared 4th position, as in tight between horses is Fun to Tap. Second last, but right at the back of that leading group, that's Interceptor. The lone trailer is Cooper. 23.46 for a measured opening quarter there for Cyclone State, who lets it out a notch, and Cyclone State is back up by 3/4 of a length. And Tatum is chasing here from second. At the rail in third is Fun to Tap. Uncle Holka gets some encouragement here from the 4th position, starts to move forward within 2 of the leaders. Out wider there is Dio Romano. Second to last, Interceptor, the trailer, remains Cooper. 47 seconds flat. Easy fractions here as Cyclone State takes him into the far turn. It's all Cyclone State. Doing it nicely so far, is up by 2. Underdrive here towards the inside. That's Fun to Tap, who's trying to make up some ground with Antietam. They're second and third. Getting the encouragement is Uncle Holka, trying to get rolling there from 4th, is to the outside of Interceptor, who gains a position. They get set to reach the top of the stretch, looking very strong as Cyclone State so far. Cyclone State now gets the cue and quickly sprints away. It is Cyclone State opening up with every single stride. Cyclone State is approaching that final furlong now 4 lengths in front. A confident look back from Luis Rivera Jr. Cyclone State has a 16th left to go. Cyclone State has the lead, is by McKenzie, and Cyclone State wins it well. Cyclone State wins it over Fun to Tap and Tatum and Uncle Holka in 1 minute 36 and 4.
Experience proves key here. Cyclone State, in his 5th career start, graduates in this opener. Belmont at the Big A, 5-2. Second choice of post time.
He'd shown speed before and was able to use those similar tactics to take this field from gate to wire. Had a couple of others that wanted to perhaps challenge him early, but he just always seemed very well in control here and in command, and was able to win pretty convincingly without a lot coming from the back of the pack. And here it seemed like sort of that merry-go-round type of race, with the two for Todd Pletcher finishing second and third.
Yeah, you saw Fun to Tap take a run down towards the inside, and Tatum made a run, but Cyclone State, as he was rounding the far turn, going so easily, and Louis Rivera checking in the rearview mirror and saw that those riders needing to be encouraged to keep up while he was motionless on Cyclone State.
Absolutely, and I think that even coming out of that off-the-turf race last time out, the horse that beat him had success on the dirt previously with Aviator Geese, so I think that at least he was facing one quality dirt horse, if not more, in that field, and just seemed as though he was flashing that natural speed over those last couple of races, and that he would appreciate the route distance to be able to get into that comfortable rhythm, and he certainly did.
Richie, these 2-year-olds, these starts can always be an adventure. What'd you notice?
Well, Cyclone State, your winner, really broke sharply, and he's had the most experience in this field. And Louis Rivera Jr. was very, very sharp. He said, I'm going to clear quick, and he drops over as quick as possible, gets the drop on the entire field. Now watch the one, Fun to Tap, who was trying to hustle up after braking just okay, and he had to kind of tap on the brakes pretty hard there because Louis had already established that inside position. This was a rider that came out with intention, and I think Louis Rivera Jr. is starting to ride with a lot of confidence, Lafitte.
He was confident coming off the far turn. One for the Hawkeye State, the Iowa-bred Cyclone State. Much too good for these, and a good crew, a highly regarded crew of 2-year-old Cyclone State, aptly named, and glides under the wire, gradually improving. Look forward to see what he does next.
Absolutely, he has speed, and that's always advantageous moving forwards. And I think some real improvement from a couple of others behind him, but nobody really making a dent into the lead he sustained.
7-1-4-5 results, reaction when we come back. Plus 41st Breeders' Cup World Championships. Torpedo Anna delivers in the distaff. So just how much hardware did she earn in the process? And Sierra Leone, star-crossed, no more, stellar in the $7 million Longines Classic. We'll recap. Cyclone State, the Iowa bred, in the Al gold colors. Entering the winner's circle, Flavien Prat, Chad Summers teaming up here. Posing for pictures as he graduates in his 5th career start, Louis Rivera. I have Flavien Prat on the mind. We'll be discussing the Breeders' Cup Classic in just a moment. Plus, he's standing by with Richie in the winner's circle. Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Lafitte. And Louis, really, to me, the race was absolutely won out of the starting gate. He broke so sweetly, Cyclone State, and you basically got the drop on the field. Were able to get over to the rail.
Yeah, when the gate opened, he was he put in the first jump a length in front of everybody, and that was it. He was there in the pit the whole race, and it was just about the start. We set in a good position, and that was it.
I've been of the opinion that being inside, and especially having speed on the inside of the dirt, has been a big advantage. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, definitely. You can feel horses are, a little bit more comfortable when they're running in the inside. It depends. Sometimes you got to ride the horse in the outside. Sometimes the outside is a little bit tighter, and you feel the horse feel a little bit comfortable in the outside. But today was in the inside, and it worked out perfectly.
Louis, you seem like you're riding with a lot of confidence, and it seems like you're setting yourself up for a really good winter.
Thank you. First of all, I got to thank my agent, Jimmy Riccio. He's putting me on great horses, and he's doing my job easier. That was it, and, he's putting me in the right horses, and I'm getting them to the wire. He's doing his job, I'm doing mine.
Well, that's when you're hitting on all cylinders. One thing I noticed, too, with Cyclone State, he did not have a gate handler. You handled him by yourself in the gate.
Yeah, the gate guy put him in the gate, and as soon as he's comfortable in the gate, he will jump out of the gate, and the horse will break by himself. I don't know. Trainer Chad Summers knows what he's doing with him. It worked out perfect today.
Well, really great job. Best of luck going forward. And, guys, we were talking about it. You need the horses underneath you, but if you've got horse flesh, it's up to you to deliver. Louis Rivera Jr. is delivering.
He did just that. Very professional Cyclone State, and that experience proving key. Rivera and on the ascend here and delivering when given an opportunity.
He's been riding very well as of late, especially over the past couple of weeks, and that was a brutal disqualification for him with My Buddy B in that race earlier, that stakes race, losing to Run and Son of a Gun officially, but he rode so well, so game in that effort, and I think that he is one to watch out for this winter.
1 down, 8 left on this closing day program. Belmont at the Big A. As mentioned, we have those 3 stakes races, and the first of the trio is next. Turn back the alarm, $150,000 purse, fillies and mares. Mile and an eighth compact field of 5. Single signal from noise, 8 to 5, 18 minutes out. Sarah, who wins the 2024 Turn Back the Alarm?
I am hoping that it is your number 4, Evidencias, who has a little bit more recency, and I have more confidence in her to handle this mile and an eighth distance than some of the others.
Turn Back the Alarm, 17 minutes out. Again, $150,000 purse, not quite the same as the $7 million offered in yesterday's 41st edition of the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic run at Del Mar. As always, the centerpiece of activity, Breeders' Cup weekend, as it unfolded, a torrid pace, fierceness. He shoots his shot, but that pace played a significant factor, Sarah. Meantime, there you see him. Sierra Leone takes full advantage.
He did, and look, Fierceness ran a race that a horse that I've always been sort of critical of and never really warmed up to in terms of being on the right side of when he was going to run his A race. I think he showed a lot in defeat yesterday after dealing with those early fractions and still finishing second behind Sierra Leone, who ends up getting that pace to close into and ends up having a professional journey this time around as he gets himself back to the winner's circle in here. And Flavien Prat, he had made the move to be in contention by the top of the stretch, and that was a big difference maker to put himself in the game without having to make up all of that ground once they turn for home.
Prat fired up, first classic victory. Same for Chad Brown, and how satisfying this one must be, that near miss in the Kentucky Derby. Big races that he has cost himself. Flightline, also a Breeders' Cup Classic winner, ridden by Prat, so a second. Big races he cost himself with a lot of mistakes. A defeated favorite in the Belmont, in the Travers as well, Sarah. For those close to this expensive, talented colt, how satisfying this one must be to finally win on one of racing's biggest stages.
I think that we just saw him get some pace finally, instead of being compromised by fractions that held together more significantly and were a little bit softer in some of his other journeys. And with the Kentucky Derby, yes, the pace was coming apart, but he had been so far back and had to deal with some of that greenness still. He was lugging in, and Tyler Gaffley on aboard that day, Forever Young and he trading bumps through the stretch, and now he was just showing us that he has matured mentally as well to be able to get in contention and keep a straight course.
All right, so we'll have that conversation regarding 3-year-old champion now, where there's certainly room for debate. No debate regarding 3-year-old filly champion in Torpedo Anna and her ability to take care of business in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. You had the significant defections of the defending champion Idiomatic. Awesome result out as well, but she can only beat who she's facing, and she went out and did just that in wire-to-wire fashion.
She went out and did her thing, and I thought that Raging Sea sat the kind of trip that she would need to try to be a part of things, because she is a horse that likes to come from off the pace, and there did not project to be much pace with Torpedo Anna able to control things from start to finish in this race. And I believe she was the second shortest priced favorite to ever win a Breeders' Cup race in Breeders' Cup history.
Probably second to Meadow Star, I believe, who was the juvenile filly winner in 90 at Belmont Park. In fact, Torpedo Anna, yeah, she controlled things throughout. A fan favorite to put on that kind of show in front of her adoring fans. And like I said, there isn't a question about 3-year-old filly champion. That belongs to her. The question now is the debate over Horse of the Year.
And I think sometimes Horse of the Year ends up being fan favorite of the year rather than most accomplished Horse of the Year. And I can understand that argument for sure. I think she is the most talked about horse this year. And I think that the access to her content and basically being a part of all of her starts this year and really following that journey along with her and getting to know the connections, that's all thanks to Ken McPeak really giving us that inside look at some of the times where she is back at the barn, or more information on how she's doing before or after her races. He really let us follow along in her journey and wanted the fanfare to be a part of it. And I think that's why you do get her being so popular and so well known.
And it's not as if the voters will be straying from any guidelines they're necessarily supposed to follow. It's open to interpretation for the voters. So if that matters, maybe you think to yourself, maybe we feel like this horse did more for racing. It can become somewhat of a popularity contest. It is open to interpretation for the voter and what means to them most.
Certainly, and that's why I'm always okay with not having a say or not being one of those voters, because I think it's hard to differentiate between who do you feel as though made the most impact versus who do you think had the most success out on the racetrack overall and absolutely was consistently the best throughout the year. So it's an interesting discussion and certainly up for debate.
Big performance in the Distaff. Torpedo Anna. Sensational weekend of racing, the Breeders' Cup World Championships out west. We'll continue to recap throughout the course of the broadcast. Plus, the stakes racing about to commence here at Belmont at the Big A. Signal from Noise, current 7-5 favorite, 13 minutes out. They turn back the alarm next on Fox Sports 1.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
And Royal Flag is all out in third, now with a furlong to the finish. On the outside, here comes Royal Flag up to challenge Mrs. Orb and Nona Madeline. Royal Flag kicking in now in deep stretch, and it will be Royal Flag to turn back all the challengers at the end and win the Turn Back the Alarm.
Good mare. Will Farish's Royal Flag, 2020 Turn Back the Alarm. Multiple graded stakes winner, the Shoe V at Saratoga, the Belle Dame at Belmont Park. She could mix it up with the best.
She could. She was exciting as a closer as well. I mean, I think I ended up picking her the following year when she ran in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. That was won by that huge long shot 49-1 Marche Lorraine for Japan beating Dunbar Road. But she was exciting out on the racetrack and certainly seemed like that was a race that stamped her as one to watch moving forward.
This year's edition, there's the mare to beat. Signal from Noise, 8-5, down to Richie.
Yeah, I think this is a terrific competitive edition of the Turn Back the Alarm, and the one Signal from Noise, who is your favorite. It would kind of be fitting if she won the Turn Back the Alarm because she's a very pretty gray filly like Turn Back the Alarm was, who was trained by the great Red Terrell. Just had a brilliant 3-year-old campaign and came back as a good 4-year-old as well. Gets a good inside post, comes out of the Grade 2 Belle Dame where she was behind Raging Sea, who we saw comported herself very nicely in the Breeders' Cup yesterday. A distant and second best to Torpedo Anna, your champion. Movie Moxie, I just looked. Movie Moxie was 7-1 a moment ago when I looked. She could not look any better. I think she has numbers that are competitive, and I think she is way too much of an overlay. I like what I'm seeing from her in the paddock here as well. Amanda's Folly, another one from the Linda Rice barn. Just thought it was interesting. She's outfitted with cheek pieces for people who don't know what cheek pieces are. They're these fleece liners that attach to the bridle, and they act somewhat like a blinker cup without actually having a hood or an actual blinker on. It just limits their peripheral vision a little bit. I think she looks great. I'm not as high as her, on paper as I am Movie Moxie. And then the 4, Evidencias. She is a Brazilian bred. She was foaled in July. She's a 5-year-old, but that would be considered an extremely late foal for northern hemisphere horses, if you will. She could not look any better. Out of the Christophe Clement trainees, and he also has the one, your favorite Signal from Noise, excuse me. She's the one I prefer from that physical perspective, but let's get a look at them as they warm up on the racetrack.
We'll keep a sharp eye and lean on you, Richie. Thanks so much. Turn Back the Alarm. And there's Flavien Prat in the Klarovich white and red. Big afternoon yesterday. A couple of Breeders' Cup victories. The Philly Mare Turf, of course, the Classic. His second, the first with Flightline, and what's been a massive 2024. Yeah, I'd be smiling too, Sarah.
Yeah, I mean, he has just been on a roll this year, and he, as you saw this meet at Saratoga, setting that Saratoga Stakes record for graded stakes victories, and then winning yet another after the fact to get that stakes record. I mean, yesterday just had to feel like such good redemption with Sierra Leone, and then to win right back after that.
You could see it. He's pretty stoic, keeps it close to the vest, and somewhat emotional. Fired up following that win in the Breeders' Cup Classic, and I would think your front runner for Eclipse Award-winning jockey 2024, Flavien Prat. There he is. Signal from Noise, 8-5, 7 minutes out.
Timeform US projects her as your de facto pace setter, but there isn't a ton of confirmed speed in this race.
Movie Moxie, co-owned and trained by Linda Rice.
She might have some excuses for her last 2 starts, but it may be a little while since we've seen her best.
With the cheek pieces, Amanda's Folly, third in the Empire Distaff last week.
Quick turnaround, Linda Rice does that 1 to 7 days rest well.
Evidencias, the Brazilian, Obeah winner at Delaware.
And the horse she beat, Venti Valentine, did come back to beat her last start in the aforementioned Empire Distaff.
We'll revisit that Obeah in a moment. There's Racing Colors, busy in 24, 11th start this year.
She is a consistent overachiever, but this seems as though a race where she may be a little bit outclassed.
5 strong, this Turn Back the Alarm, fillies and mares. start of the early pick 4. Another look at Evidencias. As promised, her latest, mid-September, Delaware Park, the Obeah Stakes. You're going to see Evidencias, who's far back early, saves ground, unleashes a run in the stretch. You'll see the contact, the bump with Venti Valentine, and then emerges victorious.
And I think that overall, the rest of this field, Saddle Up Jessie being 8-5 in here that we'll take a look at turning for home. Her form right now is not the same as it was earlier this year and last year. There is that little bit of contact, as you see, as Evidencias is trying to get that split between horses, but she has been very consistent coming in to the U.S. and starting here and for the Clement Barn. And I think that she's figured out how to be a little bit closer in some of her races, not necessarily going to be a speed type of horse, but to not drop so far out of things early on. And in a compact field like this, that's necessary.
What does the race shape look like on paper in terms of working for or against her if she's going to be further back?
It depends on what they decide to do with Amanda's Folly in this race, a horse who in the past has shown some of that early speed, but last time, which was a week ago, as you mentioned, not really showing those same signs of being that pace player that we'd known her to be in the past. So Signal from Noise is actually predicted to be your early pace setter. Flavien Prat from the rail has sort of things worked out for him in terms of where he wants to be early with that post draw, but they've been a little bit more aggressive with Movie Moxie too in some of her recent starts, and she can be close if there's not a lot of speed going on in some of her recent races where you do have those compact fields and you do have to stay close to things to get a piece of it. So I think this is, as Richie would probably say, one of those riders' races, and it depends on who's most intent on getting out there and taking control.
And Richie, Flavien Prat pictured there, something again that separates horse racing from most franchise sports where athletes that win a Super Bowl, athletes that win a World Series, they're not right back to work the following day. Prat wins the Breeders' Cup Classic yesterday, right back at it 24 hours later, 3,000 miles away.
Yeah, no resting on their laurels, if you will. He flew back. He's doing his job, and it is an interesting dynamic. Riders, it's a constancy. You don't have a contract. You don't play for one team. You've got to keep everybody happy, and if you don't ride and you don't win, you're not getting paid. And I think the day that Flavien Prat had yesterday certainly put an exclamation point on an Eclipse Award-winning season for him. Have to correct myself, guys. I was standing with Christophe Clement chatting. He took the red eye back last night, landed this morning from San Diego, and Signal from Noise was in front of us, and I got it locked in my head that he trained her, which obviously Chad Brown trains her for Seth Klarman. She looks great. I prefer others. I just think she's too short a price for a race that, to me, looks more competitive than that on paper. I am going to go with the 2 Movie Moxie. She checks every box. She has more seconds than wins. I'm not crazy about that. But I also hope that she's forward, and Sarah made a good point. Small field comes down to riders and intention. And in a situation like this, I might not be looking for the lead, but I'm going to come out running to make someone make a decision. The worst thing a rider can do is be sedentary, just to allow things to unfold around them and be victimized. I'd rather have a rider make an aggressive mistake than a complacent, no decision. And I think that Jose Lezcano generally tends to be more aggressive and get forward position. And 6-1 on Movie Moxie to me is too big a price. And then the 4-horse Evidencias, another one that really, really made a great impression in the paddock. And I continued to like her in the warm-up. And that one, in fact, is trained by Christophe Clement.
No worries, Richie. I had Flavien Prat winning 1 Breeders' Cup Classic. Sarah's like carving in the desk Flightline's name, 2-time Breeders' Cup Classic winner. It happens.
Yes, and I've made plenty of mistakes this weekend as well. I think we all have. It's a long weekend with lots of horses to look at. But yes, Christophe Clement training the 4, and then Chad Brown, who had Sierra Leone win the Classic yesterday with Flavien Prat aboard.
That was his first.
Yes, there's also Ken McPeak's first Breeders' Cup race, I believe, with Torpedo Anna. And look, I think that Movie Moxie is a generous price right now. She hasn't won in a while, but sloppy sealed track last time out, wired by deck of cards. She was up close to a slow pace in that race, and then 2 starts ago, July 26th, the rail was the place to be for most of the dirt races throughout the day, and then things seemed to change as the day went on, but she broke fine. She had to steady back a little bit heading into that turn out of the chute and ended up losing some valuable positions. So maybe there are some excuses over those last 2 races that suggest that she could run better than the 5-1 it implicates with her right now, and she is going to have to make a decision out of the gate. If Jose Lezcano decides to be aggressive, she could be in front if she wanted to be. My big concern with her is the 1.125 miles. I don't really know that she gets better with a little bit more ground.
Movie Moxie pictured there to her inside, the odds-on favorite, 4 to 5. Does that feel right? Does that seem a little short to you on Signal from Noise?
Given connections and the fact that this race is projected to have no speed and she's projected to be the one in front, I don't think it's quite as simple as that, but I can understand on paper why she would be the price that she is.
Seth Klarman's Signal from Noise. Flavien Prat, Chad Brown, 4 to 5. First of 3 stakes races. Early pick 4 starts here. Closing day, theoretically. Again, right back at it, Aqueduct, for the traditional fall meet next Thursday, but mandatory payouts all afternoon.
It's great. I think that when you are able to hook up some prices in those sequences and know that you're going to get paid, instead of that potential of yet another pick 6 carryover later on, like we have seen be the theme throughout this meet, even if you have 5 out of 6, they got to give you something.
That's unreal. A carryover every Sunday except the last one, except today.
And there were only 3 horses going into Sunday of last week's last race that could trigger that carryover, and of course one of them, Mama's Gold, won.
All set for this turn back the alarm at the gate. Signal from Noise. Even money at post time. Chris Griffin with the load and call. The turn back the alarm live on Fox Sports 1.
1.125 miles. Signal from Noise. Two out, Evidencias and Racing Colors. Last alone. And in, all set for the turn back the alarm. And they're off. Ask for speed is Signal from Noise. We'll get to the front as the gray towards the inside, and Signal from Noise. Flavien Prat takes him into that first turn. Movie Moxie is not going anywhere, though, and Movie Moxie is going to punch right back, and Movie Moxie gets over to the rail and is now the clear leader, is up by 1.5 lengths, switching right to the outside into the 2 path. Slick move there from Signal from Noise is now 2 wide. 3 wide will be Amanda's Folly. These 3 across the racetrack in the early stages. They are 4 lengths in front of Racing Colors, who's second to last, and the trailer, Evidencias. They work to the back stretch, and the leader is Movie Moxie. Movie Moxie went 24 seconds flat. For that opening quarter mile is chased by Signal from Noise, who's in the 2 path to stalk the pace setter within a 1/2 length of the lead. Out wider there is Amanda's Folly. Arad Ortiz Jr. starts to move closer, is now within range, is only a length off the leader. Still in the 3 path there, and they are still 5 lengths in front of Racing Colors, Evidencias. No move yet, as they went 48-3 for that 1/2 mile time. 3 of them across the track still, and they've got 1/2 mile left to go. And at the rail, it's Movie Moxie. Here's the move from Signal from Noise. It's just slowly creeping closer. Signal from Noise now encouraged to move forward, and here comes Signal from Noise to the outside of Movie Moxie, who's still ahead in front. 3 wide, Amanda's Folly's been watching the action of the top 2. Racing Colors getting closer. Evidencias starting to move into it as well. And here comes a run from Evidencias. Joel Rosario, they are 3.5 off the leaders. The battle continues up front. And still very game towards the inside as Movie Moxie will not relent. And it's Movie Moxie who's finding a touch more. Movie Moxie's trying to shake loose. Signal from Noise continues to chase Amanda's Folly down the center of the racetrack. Grandstand side. Here's a big run. Evidencias. Movie Moxie is dispatched of 2 of them. But Evidencias coming with every single stride. Evidencias up to win the turn back the alarm. Movie Moxie a game second. Signal from Noise finished third in 1 minute 51 seconds flat.
The Brazilian, from last to first, covered in dirt. Well done, Sarah Evidencias at 2 to 1 And he turned back the alarm.
And well done, Richie Migliori, pointing out that Jose Lezcano would be a rider to try to go forward with Movie Moxie, who almost lasted the whole way around the racetrack, but Evidencias ended up just getting her right when it counted. So we gave you the exacta.
What else can you ask for? The exacta, turning for home, the favorite, battling in between horses, signal from noise, but Movie Moxie, as Richie thought, sees the lead. Jose Lezcano. Evidencias wheeled towards the outside. She's taking a lot of dirt, and it looks like the best she can do from there is a second-place finish, Sarah, and finds another gear late.
She did, but I also think the mile and an eighth might have just caught up to Movie Moxie a little bit. You can see her really shortening her stride at this point. It doesn't seem like Evidencias is going to get there, and then all of a sudden it seems like, of course she's going to get there. So a well-timed ride, as we do see pretty frequently from Joel Rosario and Christophe Clement.
Christophe Clement caught the flight late last night on the phone. Many congratulations. It's something to smile about, winning the first of 3 stakes races here at Belmont at the Big A closing day. And Joel Rosario, now a 3-time Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winning jockey. And here, while the 2, Movie Moxie, reaching for the wire, she runs with her head real low, that AP Indy anteater action, but too much Evidencias, and as you point out, maybe just too much distance for the front runner.
And she ran really well, and it was the right choice by Jose Lezcano to go with her because she almost pulled off a little bit of an upset. When you have a short, compact field like this, 9-2 would have played much bigger in your multi-race bets.
Back-to-back stakes victories, the Obeah at Delaware, and the turn back the alarm here at Aqueduct. Evidencias, 4-2-1-5, far back early, but in front when it mattered most. Results, reaction when our coverage continues on Fox Sports 1.
Down, get in, 350. Here we go. 3 here, 50, down 4, 8.5, in the back. 1,400,000 stands way in the back. Thank you.
1,005,000 and I'm $1,006,000. $150,000, $1,550,000 now. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Exciting edition of the Turn Back the Alarm in the books. Welcome back, America's Day at the Races. Brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. From New York City's racetrack and the winner's circle at Aqueduct, Joel Rosario third Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile win yesterday. A turn back the alarm victory today for Christophe Clement. So many big wins for these two over the years.
I mean, they've really become quite the pair, right? We tend to associate one with the other. Joel Rosario not riding for Christophe when winning that Dirt Mile yesterday, but gets the victory here in a very different style coming from off the pace.
12:30 for that dollar exacta. Well done, Sarah and Mig. 4-2-1 Evidencias with Joel Rosario, trained by Christophe Clement, standing by with Richie in the winner's circle.
Yeah, thanks, Lafitte. And I'm so pleased to be joined by Christophe Clement. Evidencias is a Brazilian bred. You don't see a lot of those in New York, but she looks like she's just in really good form right now.
And absolutely, very astute buy from James Wigan and Prince Faisal. The second dam was a very good mare called Fiji, who belonged at the time to Sheikh Fat Salman, so the brother to the actual owner. And they bought her mostly, as a breeding prospect, but it's working out also as a racing prospect, so it's great.
She was a little bit far back, but it was a fair pace, but she kind of got that beautiful ground saving before tipping out move from Joelle.
No, absolutely great ride from Joelle. She stays, and it's a mile and 8, and she's just a grinder, and she got there. But it's fun. She just won 2 in a row, 2 stakes in a row, which is not easy, and it's always fun.
Christophe, Joel, to me, kind of went through a little period where he might have been struggling, but over the last week or so, feels like he really regained his form.
Yeah, I've been very lucky over the years with Joel, as you know, and it's worked very well for me. He actually won a race for me last week here, where 2-year-old maiden, which I thought was impressive. He won, as you know, the last race on Breeders' Cup Day yesterday. He won the first one here for us in New York, so life is good.
Were the two of you on the same red-eye flight back last night?
We're not together, but I wasn't it. He was in another one, yes.
So how do you look so fresh coming off a plane?
Because nothing is better than to win for a trainer. This is the best medication.
Well done. Congratulations. And guys, the Hall of Fame voters have another chance to finally get it right and induct this man in his rightful place in racing's Hall of Fame.
Thank you.
You're not lying, Richie. Christophe Clement, world-class trainer and the best responsible here all afternoon. Yeah, despite the long flight, perhaps the lack of sleep, having to show up here early this morning. In the end, it all pays off when you wind up in the winner's circle after a stakes victory.
It's the best energizer, right? I mean, it gets you really excited for the day and ready to go, regardless of how little sleep you ended up getting.
Turn back the alarm in the book. Still have the 2 stakes races coming your way a little bit later on this afternoon, plus the 3rd race, more 2-year-olds and New York breds here. Mile and a 16th. First look at grass racing and Real Savvy. Christophe Clement right back to work. Real Savvy odds on 3-5.
Yeah, taking a lot of money, a horse that did finish second in that turf debut to Scythian, who was the benefactor of some wild trips in the Miss Grillo, getting that graded stakes victory in her next start, defeating the boys in here. Showed some speed that day.
3rd race coming up next. Post time 18 minutes plus more Breeders' Cup World Championship recap. And trainer Charlie Appleby doing what Charlie Appleby does, win Breeders' Cup races. And same can be said for Rebels Romance, now a 2-time Breeders' Cup Turf winner. A look back at yesterday's Breeders' Cup Turf as our coverage continues from Aqueduct. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Ms. Big Bucks.
Ms. Big Bucks gets the victory.
As well as Born Dancer.
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
And 26 Black, winner at 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rockridge Stud for the 2025 season.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1. America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Stunning images and scenics from Claiborne. And I'm sure those at Godolphin enjoyed this image yesterday of Rebels Romance. Wealthy Rebels Romance capturing a second Breeders' Cup Turf and a 11th Breeders' Cup victory for trainer Charlie Appleby.
And hard to believe that he only won one Breeders' Cup race over the weekend. I mean, Rebels Romance was so much closer to the pace than I think many anticipated.
Where's the wire?
In this race, as he is really trying to get his nose down in front after a fast closing. Rosham Park, I believe, coming in second at a big price. He may not be a fan of the flowers too much, but he's been there before, and so I think he figured everything out, getting that second Breeders' Cup Turf victory of his career.
What was the key to success yesterday as far as Buick's ride? How did he put Rebels Romance in the position to maximize his potential against that competition?
I mean, I think he just had a better horse overall, but I think also he was able to keep him engaged early on. And I think that he sensed that maybe there wasn't going to be this big pace to develop. He didn't want to risk that possibility of getting stuck in behind horses in traffic from a wide post, and he's able to be right there when it counted.
Charlie Appleby, the 11th title and batting right around 500. Again, I don't know that there's a formula to bring in horses from Europe to compete at the highest levels of turf racing in North America. If there is, he has figured it out. Rebels Romance, now a two-time Breeders' Cup Turf winner. And yeah, just those statistics. Look, again, if you had a trainer who is running odds-on favorites, you know, in 6-horse fields at a fair circuit, they might not win 50% of the time. And here's Appleby batting 500 at the toughest, highest level to compete.
He spots the horses well in terms of who he wants to bring over, who he believes will appreciate the types of turf courses that you do get here in North America. And he's done it well where they do breed specifically for the turf and to have those excelling turf stars over there in Europe. And I think that he's just found the horses that will run well against this level of competition and run well over these surfaces.
Godolphin now 20-time Breeders' Cup winning owners yesterday with Rebels Romance and with 2 more victories on the weekend. Filly Mare Turf right after the Classic. How about the Canadian Horse of the Year, Moira, able to take down this Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf? How'd she do it?
Momentum for Flavien Prat coming in off the back of that Classic victory, but Moira had run well in previous renditions of this race. She was coming off of an effort where she didn't really make up much ground on a runaway leader in Full Count Felicia, but it seemed as though the pace was a little bit more fair in this spot. It's a close finish for her, but I feel like this was an exciting culmination of all of those attempts to get this elusive victory and a grade 1 for her as well. And Flavien Prat just excited to get that second Breeders' Cup win of the day. And I think that with her, you can really tell that having that momentum moving forwards, so often we see a rider win a big stakes race, win the last race on the card. Well, back-to-back, Flavien Prat gets those grade 1s in Breeders' Cup races.
Canadian Horse of the Year, Moira, a tough luck second-place finish for Godolphin's Cinderella Dream. Could have been Appleby's 12th Breeders' Cup victory. And then in the Breeders' Cup Mile, how about this story in for Cherie DeVaux and More Than Looks, unleashing this furious rally with a short stretch to work with at Del Mar.
And finally just getting some real pace to close into, and it's not that often that you see a horse for the U.S. contingent able to outclose one of those European turf horses. He came from further back than Notable Speech and was still able to get significant momentum moving forwards and go by well in front in terms of that Breeders' Cup victory in that mile. And first Breeders' Cup victory for Cherie DeVaux, and had to feel good with a horse who's been a little bit unlucky in terms of pace dynamics in many of his starts.
At the grade 1 level, yeah, the second place finish in the 4-star Dave to Carl Spackler, the second place finish in the Turf Mile at Keeneland to 4-star Dave. All smiles for Jose Ortiz, and with that short stretch when he did wheel him out, did you think that he would have enough ground to make up that much ground and win this mile?
With the way that he was moving and that turn of foot that he unleashed, yes, I did.
You touched on a first Breeders' Cup victory for Kenny McPeek, Torpedo Anna. He had to wait many more attempts, many years to get that first Breeders' Cup victory. How significant that is for Cherie DeVoe, a first ever Breeders' Cup victory.
And with a horse that she's just had such success with. And really, I really appreciated the touching words that she said about Chuck Simon being one of her mentors and really making sure that he took her under his wing and got her on the path that she is now.
Big win yesterday in that Breeders' Cup mile. As we continue to recap the Breeders' Cup activity yesterday, the 41st edition, and for the third time at Del Mar. 2-year-olds in the third, Belmont at the Big A. New York bred 2-year-olds going a mile and a 16th on grass. You're looking at the odds-on favorite, 4-5. Christophe Clement looking to go back-to-back. As we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast in the paddock. Maggie, what are these New York bred 2-year-olds showing you?
Well, it feels like there are two horses that are going to take the bulk of the play in here, Lafitte. And on paper and judged upon their races, I do prefer Leon Blue, but the fact of the matter is that your overwhelming favorite, now at 4-5, at least currently in Real Savvy, number 2, he probably looks best, but only slightly in here. He has continued to develop, get fitter, and just mature mentally as well, all things you like to see. Now, I thought he had a pretty good trip in his last and was run down by Scythian, your eventual Miss Grillo winner, as she did face the boys on that particular occasion. The thing I can't quite get over with him is why he was entered as an MTO first time out and did little to no running on that occasion, though the switch to the turf did do the trick. We'll see if he can make good on the backing. And I feel like the disparity in prices between he and Leon Blue is kind of on connections. So at a better price, like I said, I think Leon Blue is a good option. Moving on to some higher priced horses in here, including one for Horacio de Paz that currently sits at 25-1 is Caddy Master. A horse that will stretch out and return to the turf. And at least looking at him physically, this is exactly what he wants to do. He has a flat hoof, very angular pasterns, has a lot of size to him. And the time that he ran on the turf was his debut as an early 2-year-old, in which him, like the rest of the field, chased Dancing Bear around there. And he was out wide. He was kind of attending that pace and just got a bit tired, a bit green. A subsequent layoff would follow that. So getting back to, I think, what is his preferred surface. I like the way he moved over it too, and I think he should be able to work with the distance. He is fairly calm here in the paddock, but given the stretch out, look for him to at least be forward and to get that good forward position. Then we'll check in with a second-time starter in number 12, Just Licorice for Linda Rice. He was kind of your tried and true Linda Rice horse in that he just didn't look physically fit for his first start, and he looked a bit backwards. And while he is a little bit more on the smaller side, wish there was a bit more development, he is a lot more fit. Now, he'll have to overcome a far outside post going this 2 turns, but he didn't have much speed in the debut. Look for him to at least make a late run, one that hopefully gets him a little bit more into contention towards the latter half of this race, as we're about to have jocks up here in the paddock, Lafitte.
Maggie, thanks so much. Riders up momentarily. Jocks arriving, as she mentioned. New York breds, mile and a 16th. Saw those colors in the winner's circle yesterday. Following the Breeders' Cup Sprint Straight, no chaser, just too fast to catch. And what a moment that was in the celebration. My racehorse, Real Savvy, 4-5 here. Introduce you to the field. Starting with a 40-1 shot in Prince of Danger. The first-time starter we'll start with. There's a look at number 6, another outsider in Big Dozer. I'm told it's pronounced. Looks like Big Dozer on paper, Big Dozer.
I would like to take a big doze right now myself. So we'll go with it.
Call to post. Let's meet the field. Prince of Danger. First-time starter here, cold on the board at 41-1.
I do like these connections, jockey trainer, later on today to close things out, but not using this one in any of my sequences.
And the favorite, Real Savvy, Flavien Prat aboard, odds on, 7 minutes out.
Did show some good speed towards the inside in that race where he did finish second, but I thought that he had a fairly comfortable trip saving ground throughout.
Number 3, Sky Masterson showed more speed in his last pair.
Maybe shouldn't be such a big price in comparison to Leon Blue. They do both come out of the same race.
Sarah's top selection, Leon Blue, number 4.
He was posted wide and really had to get over and get some position, and I think that jazzed him up a little bit in that last start.
Powered by Cole Arad Ortiz, blanked at the Breeders' Cup for the first time since 2016.
Yeah, a surprise there and a surprising ride, I think, for many on Cogburn, but this horse would have to take a step forward.
Big Dozer, William A. Bear debuting homebred.
I do love the progeny of Slumber, but couldn't find a ton to go on otherwise with this one.
Calvin's Ride, little one geared, little one pace thus far.
And took a drop in class last time out to no avail. Was wide, but would need to take another step forward.
Danziger, you were just mentioning his pedigree.
This one is a crazy price, but actually should take to the turf. A full sibling to Danzig with the Stars, who Dominic Schettino did have for the early portion of his career, as well as a half to Little Lindsay, who can handle both dirt and turf.
Big scratch calling card. The 10 is in. Caddy Master, a first try beyond 3/4 of a mile.
Stretching out and getting back to the turf, I think that is his preferred surface, and that was a tough dirt race that he was in last time out.
Now, Trolley Girl, who was just 9-2 in her debut.
Yeah, a horse that was able to have a decent trip in that race. We saw Willful Mama come back and run okay yesterday, but I think that race overall might be inferior to what she faces in here.
Finally, Just Licorice and Dylan Davis marooned outside.
Has to overcome that tough post, but was a little bit troubled at the start of that last race, the one that Leon Blue and Sky Masterson exit as well.
First look at grass racing. Third race, New York bred 2-year-olds in 5 minutes. In case you haven't signed up, joined just yet, offer still stands. Get involved, sign up, NYRABets.com. When you do so, use that promo code BONUS200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NYRABets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Fire up your account. Play this third race, Belmont at the Big A. These New York bred 2-year-olds and Real Savvy here, revisiting his second career start. He was mixing it up, showed good speed, and battled Sarah right to the wire.
He did. I mean, this horse got some good position in this race, showed some good speed, and I think that he was able to save some ground, though he's not directly right on the rail in comparison to Scythian, who's able to outclose him at this point as we get close to the end of this race down towards the wire. But he does project to have a nice inside trip in this race, as he is one that has shown he can be forward. Flavien Prat will probably go with him and protect that inside rail, and it was a close finish. We saw Scythian come back, show that she can run and compete against graded stakes competition, even though there were some events and trips in that race ahead of her. So certainly one that deserves to be thought of in this race, and one with a serious shot, but you always do get that My Racehorse money as well.
4 to 5, the one to beat, Real Savvy, then Leon Blue, perhaps the sentimental favorite, named after a late trainer, Leon Bluschwitz. Sarah's top selection here, Leon Blue, and his second career start. What goes wrong right from the start?
Well, I think that there wasn't a ton that went wrong, more so than he hit the gate, and I think Joel Rosario, who was riding that day, was so intent on saving ground going into that first turn that does come up so quickly that he really asked him to go forward, and then sort of ended up on the lead without much of a plan after that, because I don't think that he necessarily wanted to be your pace setter in this race, and Sky Masterson did take back a little, saving ground behind him. He ran well in here. I think that maybe he was just one that was so used to get over to the rail that maybe he got a little bit keen, a little bit headstrong going around that turn, and I'm hoping that he can settle with more of an inside post, not having to be so sent early on in the race to get that inside position. He battles on bravely here. He ends up finishing second as your favorite, but I thought that maybe he could settle a little bit more in this race, have a little bit more professionalism, and just get into a more comfortable rhythm.
Yeah. Mistakes were made, and still talented enough to run second in his first pair. Leon Blue, Maggie with more on him, and the one, Prince of Danger, the first-time starter at 55 to 1 to Maggie.
Well, Lafitte, it feels like the public says this is a 2-horse race. We'll see if it plays out as such. But yeah, gonna take a look here at a big price, and that is number 1, Prince of Danger for Kent Sweezy and Lane Luzzy. And I am bringing him up because the dam, she was pretty good on the turf. She went 8 for 19 on the surface, was a restricted stakes winner, and this is her second full. The first full really wasn't much, but never tried the turf. And while Kozan isn't the greatest influence, he can get his horses to win early. Prince of Danger, I do, with that being said, feel as though he might need a start because, look, he's 58, nearly 60 to 1. I know I'm not being quite fair on a horse that's that big of a price. He'll probably need a start, but I just thought he was worth a mention given the pedigree, and he is acting incredibly professional for this debut. He's not acting bewildered. He's acting like this has happened before. In fact, another first-time starter in here, Big Dozer, he reared up, came bolting out of the saddling stalls nearly into the hind end of Prince of Danger, and he just was like, okay, you're being an idiot, and I'll just keep on my business. So I appreciate that with these first-time starters. One to maybe pay attention to how he performs today. Then let's take a look at a horse who's a big price, I think, right now in number 5, Powered by Cole. And I say that because at least we know that he can run a little bit on the turf. He presents himself physically as a horse that really wants to go even further than a mile and a 16th. He's really long-legged, has a lot of scope to his frame, and is quite the laid-back character. But there has been some incremental improvement. And last time he was wired by Sounds Like a Plan, who really just kind of freaked on the front end that day, had a wide margin down the backside and maintained it. You don't often see horses doing that. So I think a big performance that day from that runner, and he was left well in the wake of him. I just hope that Irad Ortiz, who climbs aboard for the first time, maybe can get him involved, and maybe he could make some noise late in the game. Lafitte?
For those who get frustrated when Irad Ortiz is always too short of a price, nothing to complain about here. If you like Ortiz, Power to Cole, big number up there at 22 to 1.
Yes, you are getting a price on Irad Ortiz Jr., and I think that's often the time where you think to yourself after he wins, why didn't I see that coming? And then he gets overbet again as usual.
Because if it wasn't for Irad, horse probably be 52 to 1.
Right, exactly. Look, he has the turf experience, unlike some of the others in this field. I just didn't think that he was for me necessarily, because I think there are a couple of others who have shown quite a bit more in their experience or potentially have that upside trying the surface for the first time.
You had the winner and they turned back the alarm, and you have Leon Blue here, number 4. What do you want to see early on as we look back at his second start and some of the issues that did take place?
I'd like to see him come out running, but I don't want to see him get as headstrong as he did in that last start. I think that he won't have to be so sent and really riled up to go get that inside position in this race as he was in this last one, and there's nothing wrong with wanting to save ground from post 11. I think that he just got a little bit headstrong with that ask.
Johnny Velasquez aboard. Breeders' Cup Sprint victory yesterday. Straight, no chaser. Here aboard Leon Blue. Pictured stepping into the starting gate. Final check of the tote board reading 4 to 5. Real Savvy. Odds on at post time. New York bred 2-year-olds in the third. Bellman at the Big A. Here's Chris Griffin.
Three out. Powered by Cole. Charlie Girl. Just Licorice. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Easy lead here. Sky Masterson gets right towards the front. Sky Masterson leads that early group, and towards the inside, Real Savvy's going to join this early leader too. Big Dozer is on the early mix, is going to be 3 wide. Caught a little wide there as Charlie Girl is now going to take back to 4th. At the rail moving on through is Leon Blue, and that's the first 5 as they work towards that first turn. Getting over to the rail there and securing that rail position in behind Charlie Girl. That's going to be Powered by Cole, and drifting out very wide was Calvin's Ride, and that's going to hang out Just Licorice. Cornering very wide was Big Dozer, went about 5 wide around that turn. The 3 at the back, Prince of Danger was second to last. Danziger, and the trailer is Caddy Master. And now Real Savvy is in front, and Real Savvy is quickly up by 4. 22.39, the posted opening quarter mile for Real Savvy, the favorites in front. Real Savvy and Flavien Prat comfortable and still 4.5 in front of Sky Masterson, who's alone in second. Leon Blue is right there in third, trying to progress. Moving up on the far outside and progressing a little bit is going to be Just Licorice, is now taking that 4th spot with At the Rail. Trolley Girl trying to move on through. In between horses there comes Calvin's Ride, and At the Rail behind that one comes Powered by Cole. Big Dozer's trying to rally on towards the back is Caddy Master, second to last Prince of Danger, and now the lone trailer is Denziger. The leader is Real Savvy, and within range here's Sky Masterson, who's back for more. Real Savvy now kicks, and Real Savvy is up by 2.5, now 3, still in front and well clear. It is Real Savvy now sprinting for home in a final furlong, and Real Savvy is just opening up here in the late stages. Real Savvy now has a 16th left to go, still very much in front. Real Savvy, Flavien Prat win this one comfortably. Real Savvy wins it over Sky Masterson, then came the late run there from Leon Blue and Trolley Girl in 1 minute 42 seconds flat.
Biggest race this weekend, won by my racehorse, but a victory nonetheless, and an impressive one. Real Savvy, 4-5, much the best. Back-to-back wins for trainer Christophe Clement, Flavien Prat, the winning pilot.
Yeah, took no prisoners on the front end, had that inside post position, and was able to control this race from start to finish over a couple of horses that had previously shown some early interest in their races, but really opened up towards the end of this race, put a good margin of separation on your second place finisher. And it was the horses with experience and the shorter prices that made sense on paper who did finish 1, 2, 3.
Really strung out from the top of the stretch to the lane.
Yeah. I mean, he used the speed of this horse to really say, come catch me if you can.
Sky Masterson, Leon Blue, 2, 3, 4, 11. Christophe Clement, the win, and he turned back the alarm with the Brazilian Evidencias. And here with Real Savvy, graduates in his 3rd career start, onward and upward, and a promising, developing New York bred 2-year-old.
Yeah, and look, Christophe Clement finishes 4th as well, completing your superfecta with a 40-1 shot.
That'll work.
A filly taking on the boys, so I think that he's poised for a big day here.
Clement, 2 of the first 3 by Authentic. Speaking of my racehorse, Derby winner, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Real Savvy. And with an emphatic victory here, making short work of his competition. That near miss in his most recent. No question about this one as he goes on to a daylight victory, 2, 3, 4, 11 in the 3rd Belmont at the Big A. His results and much more when we come back. Live racing continuing, closing day, Belmont at the Big A, fall meet at Aqueduct Plus. Out west, such a cool venue for a championship weekend. The Del Mar Thoroughbred Club, 3rd time host to the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Much more to recap. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
And that My Racehorse black and white. Saw those colors in the Breeders' Cup Sprint Winner Circle yesterday. We see him here at Aqueduct following this maiden affair. Real savvy, Flavien Prat, 2 straight wins on the program. Christophe Clement, excited bunch in the winner's circle.
A fuller winner's circle than we saw for the Turn Back the Alarm, as you often do see with the My Racehorse partnerships, and another victory for them. And good to see Clement off to a hot start, since I like a couple of his horses later on. Always good to have Flavien Prat back in action with another victory
That
right
momentum
away.
continues. Maggie with 2-time Breeders' Cup Classic winning jockey Flavien Prat.
That's right. Here, pleased to be joined by Flavien here in the Aqueduct paddock. A little different than Del Mar, where you were yesterday. But first, we'll start with the winner here in Real Savvy, as he took to the turf last time you were aboard, and today you wasted no time seizing the bull by the horns.
Yeah, I mean, he jumped well, and he has a good cruising speed, so he was very pleased on the front end and got the job done.
I was going to say, with the ears up, always has to give you confidence as a rider.
Yeah, I felt very well down the backside. It looks like he was traveling and he was happy, so it was great.
Talk us back and take us back to yesterday with the Breeders' Cup Classic. Sierra Leone, a horse that you've been riding in his last few. It just felt as though everything went his way. We watched you down the backside, and it just looked as though you were full of horse.
Yeah, I mean, he put everything together. I think we had pace, so it was a big help. And yeah, I mean, honestly, I hit the first turn, and the horse was taking me. He was traveling well, and so I was very pleased. And from that point, I knew he was going to run a good race. I mean, it's hard to tell, you know, if it was going to be a winning race, but he was definitely traveling well, yeah.
And running straight.
And running straight, yeah. Honestly, I was a bit worried when I got to the leaders that maybe I would get there too soon. But no, he was very push button, and when I asked him to run, he made a run, and he never tried to do anything.
It was really impressive. Congratulations. Good to see him finally pull through for you, and nice job on the winner here.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
Okay, Flavien Prat, I think solidified. I didn't want to put him on the spot, Lafitte, because I feel like I've asked him this question so many times this year, but you would have to think with a classic win, he's getting to the front in that Eclipse win for Outstanding Jockey.
Yeah. Maggie, with that kind of season, it's not just winning a lot of Grade 1 races. Yeah, he's doing that as well. But when you start shattering records at Saratoga, I mean, yeah, there's more racing now at Saratoga than ever. But still, the single season mark for a rider, most stakes wins at Saratoga. And then the exclamation point on a championship stage, a classic win and a Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf win yesterday for Flavien Prat.
Absolutely, and I think that when you have those records shattered at Saratoga, a place with such a storied history, where we have seen some of the absolute best of the best over the years that have set some of those records, more racing or not, the level of difficulty in achieving and surpassing what others have done previous to him, it speaks for itself in terms of the accomplishment that it is, and I think that he really added to that going forwards. It's not as though he stopped there.
Sierra Leone, in your opinion, 3-year-old champ? Fierceness, which side of that debate do you land on?
I think that at this time, Fierceness has shown us more brilliance in his victories and even in his defeat yesterday in that Breeders' Cup Classic, but he also had some inconsistency, whereas Sierra Leone was always consistent even if he wasn't consistently winning. So I don't have a strong opinion on it yet, but I think that it's certainly a viable discussion.
Lots to unpack that debate over the next couple of months regarding 2024's champion, 3-year-old. Meantime, coverage continues here. The program, the 4th. There's the field. New York bred sprinters, more turf racing, fillies and mares, wide open. 3-1 favorite all the way at the bottom. Line of right, 3-1. John Velasquez. Sarah, you went with the 5, correct?
I did.
Short shift, 18-1 outsider.
Christophe Clement, though, who is certainly off to a good start this day. And this horse has been a short-priced favorite in her last 3 starts. Now you're getting a price.
Not today. Not today. Much more on this 4th race. 16 minutes to post as we continue to recap some of the highlights yesterday. The 41st Breeders' Cup at Del Mar, the first Breeders' Cup event of the Saturday program. The Filly Mare Sprint, and an upset in this one. Soul of an Angel, Drayden Van Dyke. How'd she pull it off?
Well, she was able to show that she could handle that cutback in distance with her win prior to this at Gulfstream Park, and she'd been running against some of the absolute best in the older filly and mare division going longer. Now she was able to get a nice trip in here, really swooping this entire group, because you're not worried about her stamina, knowing that she can go further distances than this, but it was a well-timed ride to get that victory over what was a very closely bunched group right at the wire, and a generous price on a horse that had knocked heads with some of the best in the older fillies and mares divisions, and Saffie Joseph Jr. Really celebrating and getting emotional about this victory with Soul of an Angel.
Very emotional, Saffie Joseph and Drayden Van Dyke. Soul of an Angel. What does that tell you? How do you feel about the race overall from the 30,000 foot view when you have that many bunched together at the wire?
It tells me with her, because she came from so far back, that she had run the best race of those that were competing, and she was way too big a price, honestly, because she had the credentials coming in, even if she wasn't as well touted at this distance. But as far as everybody else, the pace was hot and contentious, and it seemed as though it was an evenly matched group overall.
41 career starts, just her 6th lifetime win, but the biggest of her career, a 6th victory in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint for Soul of an Angel, an outsider. We spin it forward to the Breeders' Cup Sprint, the original Breeders' Cup Sprint. And how about Straight No Chaser, showing us a dimension we didn't necessarily know he had. Typically, he's in front in command, this time off the pace.
And of course, it's the Breeders' Cup Sprint, so there's a ton of speed signed on to this race, and he's able to sit just off of that pace with Federal Judge fading in the later stages, big long shot Ben Tornado really fighting and able to finish second at a huge price in there. But Straight No Chaser, he had shown a lot of brilliance in his career so far. He had shown some of those faster races overall, and now he showed us that he can sit and stalk and able to get that win effectively, and had a really troubled trip when he ran here at a short price off of the layoff in New York, so you at least knew that he had some courage too, showing that he can fight on and able to get that victory for his many owners in my racehorse.
And not a first Breeders' Cup victory for John Velasquez, not by a long shot, but for Dan Blacker, a first ever Breeders' Cup victory, and so much credit to him, the patience displayed. This looked like one of the best sprinters in the country last spring. You saw that Maryland Sprint Preakness weekend, and you knew he was going to be a force in this division at the highest level. As the injury, the rest of the season curtailed, and the patience for Blacker to cultivate Straight No Chaser, to get back and to get him at the highest level back just in time to bring forth that effort against the best sprinters in the game.
Right, he took his time with this horse. He was able to have that patience, like you mentioned, and really get this horse to perform at the absolute best that we know that he's capable of, and just really keep him at those top levels of competition when it really counted. So all credit to him and connections.
Passing horses this time, Straight No Chaser, and yesterday's Breeders' Cup Sprint. We'll continue to recap yesterday's Breeders' Cup activity at Del Mar here, closing day, Belmont at the Big A, the fall meet, horses in the paddock for race number 4. And there is the 12 Linerite, Johnny V from the Breeders' Cup Sprint winner circle to ride this tepid favorite in the 4th race. 13 minutes out, riders up, post-parade, the paddock report next. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton, offering over 70 graded stakes winners or producers. A night of stars featuring champions, Grade 1 winners, millionaires, elite producers, and selected weanlings. One catalog, one electrifying session with a star-studded selection of the finest quality breeding stock anywhere in the world. The Fasig-Tipton November sale, November 4th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Gunrunner, sire of a champion 2-year-old. He is the sire of 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 individual millionaires. With $10 million yearlings in 2024, he is the sire of a first crop classic winner ranks number 2 on the general sire list. Grade 1 winning Millionaire Gun Pilot, new to 3 Chimneys.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. All about the New York Breds. 3 straight races for New York Breds. The 4th in 10 minutes. Strength of New York breeding. For more info, visit nybreds.com. Filly and Mare Sprint, 6 furlongs on the inner turf course. Wide open. Favorite towards the bottom, 3-1. Line of right. As we check in with Maggie in the paddock with more on the long shot. Sarah likes going in, Maggie. Short shift at 19-1. What can you tell us?
On our handicapping show earlier today, I slightly gave Sarah a little bit of grief about picking this horse, though you should never give somebody grief for picking long shots. Takes some bravery, because I have never liked short shift in the past. Today, it's a completely different story. This filly has done so well for the time away from the races. She's really grown. She's gotten so much stronger, especially behind the saddle. Imperative to a horse's performance, in my opinion. Now, this is going to be the shortest she's ever run on the turf before, but I really don't see anything prohibiting her from being successful physically. She's nicely on the bridle. She's engaged in here, so there's a hint at being sharp for this turn back, and she looks excellent. Fit, stupendous coat as well. So, Sarah, have at it. At least you get the stamp of approval here in the paddock if you needed it. Number 6, Peony. She'll try the turf for the first time. There's some red flags with her, right? Because she does have predominantly a turf pedigree. Mendelssohn, if you look at percentages, is actually better with his dirt routers, but he was successful on the turf himself, winning the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, and his progeny are good enough. And she's out of a dam who went 2 for 19 on the turf, is Hafti Yarrow, who is good as well on the surface. She's not overwhelmingly convincing, though, looking at her here in the paddock. She has another one that's done well in the interim, being allowed to mature a little bit as a now later 3-year-old filled out. It still looks like she's growing, to be fair. I weirdly prefer the horse who has turf credentials of the Clement duo in short shift, looking at them here in the paddock. Then there's a bit of a wild card when it comes to number 9, Sugar Bee, coming in here from Maryland. I know, on paper, debuted for a maiden 30. There at Laurel, doesn't invoke confidence and was 45-1 that day. But if you go back and watch the replay, it made this wide, sustained early move around the front, or around the turn to the front, and then even got a bit green, wondering about down the lane, swapping leads, but was still good enough to hold off those late closers after the early move. Well, she stacks up very well against her New York bred counterparts as she makes her New York debut here. Really, really strong behind the saddle. Looks like your quintessential turf sprinter with those massive feet on her, compact sprinter frame. I like what I'm seeing from her, Lafitte, and I'd be willing to forgive her for debuting in a maiden 30 in Maryland.
It wasn't claimed, looks the part, looks good in the paddock, Maggie. Sugar Bee at 9-1, and look, the stamp of approval on the long shot you like going in, Sarah, and short shift at 18-1.
Hey, I always like a little boost of confidence from Maggie's opinion, always taking that into consideration, and I think that regarding the price that she had been in her last 3 starts, where she was a heavily bet favorite versus the 18-1 that she is now, on that alone, to me, that's enough of a look that I want to pay a little bit closer attention to what's going on with her. And while the dam was all dirt, she was a 6-time winner in 12 starts. There is one half sibling who was a turf sprint winner. And some horses don't necessarily appreciate the turf course over at Parks. I think that she's run well off a layoff before. She did win at a mile on the turf when she came back to break her maiden, so I know she can run well fresh. And I don't know, I think that just the price that she is in comparison to the price that she has been is worth it alone.
Christophe Clement about to give Romero Mirage a leg up on Short Shift. Clement with 2 wins thus far, including the Turn Back the Alarm, seeking a 3rd straight. Short Shift and Peony. Pick 6 starts here. Mandatory payout closing day. Belmont at the Big A Fall Meet. And why, quickly, is Lina Wright the favorite, in your opinion, at 3-1?
She's so consistent. I mean, I think that she consistently finishes second, much more than she does get herself to the winner's circle, as that's seen in her past performances. She is that closing type that shows up for a piece of things, though she is 1 for 21 lifetime.
John Velasquez to ride. See her in the post parade. Look at an outsider, Miss Bourbon. And we kick things off here with Sun and Wind. Just her 3rd start on grass.
She's had her opportunities, but less so on the turf, and she is facing a level of competition like this for the 3rd time.
Flight Control, second at a big price in her turf debut.
Yeah, really improved with that switch in surfaces and didn't have the easiest trip either to finish second at 32-1.
Boss of All, daylight winner Saratoga.
She'll have to step up in class effectively, but that was a good effort from her last time out.
Blinkers on, quick power nap.
This horse has races to go back to that make some sense in here. We just haven't seen one in her last few.
Sarah's top selection, Short Shift.
Well, way too big a price compared to her last prices that she's gone off at. She will have to improve, though.
Peony, Christophe Clement runners side by side.
Plenty of turf pedigree for this one. A half to Yarrow.
Top of the table would be a surprise.
Did get that first victory of hers last time out when dropping in class.
Miss Bourbon, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly winning rider, Manny Franco.
Yeah, this one was favored last time out against softer competition.
Sugar Bee, and Maggie liked what she saw.
Yeah, she really finished impressively with a very wide trip, but she will have to step up in class.
Mo, Des Morning Grouch, representing speed.
Absolutely, a horse that likes to be forward in her races, big price, and likely to be tiring late.
Queens over 3s, there she is, more speed.
Yeah, absolutely. A horse that had some solid races right here on the NYRA circuit, but will have to take a step forward.
And Lina Wright, who does her best running late.
She doesn't have to be quite as far back as she was 2 starts ago, but she is one that always is compromised by her running style.
Pick 6 starts here, mandatory payout. This turf sprint the 4th race in 3 minutes. You reference Lina Wright's start 2 back, late September. Right here, and yeah, turning for home, Lina Wright with a lot of work to do late, Sarah.
Absolutely. She was so far back in this race, and she is one that does not have to be this much of a deep closer as she was. And while the pace was on us in here, and that ultimately does end up having these horses that are closers be a little bit further back than maybe they would normally be, she ran well, as she always seems to do. She just couldn't get to the top 2 finishers in this race, Beautiful Thief and Flight Control, at a big price. And for a horse that is 1 for 21, getting to the winner's circle, even though she does have that consistency, she's just not a horse that I want to take at a shorter price, and we don't see her win that often.
Late running sprinters, yeah, it comes with the territory. Lina Wright, even if it do have the presence of a John Velasquez, there's Flight Control and Jose Lascano, and yeah, look, that was her finishing second at a big price in her first start on grass. How can she build on that today?
I mean, does she have to? I think that's a question worth asking, because she has a little bit more forward position than a horse like Lina Wright does. The problem with her is that you had 32-1 last time, and now you have 5-2. So she is a little bit of that up-and-comer, especially on this surface, has a little bit more upside potentially, but overall, with both of them, you have to wonder if you want to take the prices that they are, and for different reasons.
Flight Control, 5-2 favorite. To her outside will be Boss of All. Kendrick Carmouche to ride, 5-1, Boss of All. And what she was able to do at Saratoga, flashing good speed, there she is right there in the mix. And then in the end, widening on this field late.
And that was on quick turnaround as well. She had just run August 4th, then wheels right back, running here August 17th to get that victory. And she'll have to prove that she can run against horses that are these consistent types, like the Lina Wrights and Flight Control's last race being so good. But she has a number last time out, an 80 Beyer speed figure, that puts her in the mix, even though she is stepping up in class.
Boss of All, Maggie, what do you observing pre-race?
To be fair, she tends to typically grab my attention. She is just, a really lovely frame in that she's everything I want from a filly or a mare. She's really well-rounded, muscular, has that animated way of going about her when you watch her in the warm-up. And last time, yes, as Sarah pointed out, the quick turnaround, and she actually drew into that field. So it wasn't, obviously she was ready to run, but wasn't necessarily scheduled to run until the day of the race, and did bleed coming out of there. But I think she's had enough time to recover from that here for Linda, and she looks ready to go. I know it's a step up in class, but again, I just can't get over how good she looks, and I'm going to take her here because she's also tactical enough where she's not going to be out sprinted, which I think is the main problem with a horse like Liner Right, as we do see favoritism switching over to number 2, Flight Control at the moment. It's just that with Flight Control, she was 32-1 last time, and now she's 5-2. Moving on to the horse just outside of Boss of All, that's number 4, Quick Power Nap. We'll see if Flavien Prat can go back to back here. And Quick Power Nap, she's had her chances. I get it. She's 3 for 24 lifetime, can't get through this condition necessarily, but she does have blinkers today, and sometimes that'll just wake a horse up that might be in a bit of a rut. A fairly significant 3/4 French Cup, as we like to call them. She just looks great overall for late in the season for a mare who's been running consistently throughout the turf season, if you will. Great coat, great weight. This is what she wants to do, and maybe she just needs blinkers, Lafitte.
At 8-1, we'll see how she responds. Maggie with those blinkers. Flavien Prat, who we heard from with Richie earlier. It's fascinating, the difference between horse racing and how things typically work in franchise sports. And after a Super Bowl, hey, Patrick Mahomes, you're the Super Bowl MVP. Again, what are you going to do next? I'm going to Disneyland. Hey, Flavien Prat, you just won the Breeders' Cup Classic. What are you going to do next? Oh, I ride 7 tomorrow at Aqueduct in New York. It's different in thoroughbred racing, how quickly, even after a massive win on one of the biggest stages, the following day, it's right back to work.
We don't stop. I mean, we might, some could argue, have a busy season, a season that is more high profile than other times of the year, but we run every single day for the most part, except for certain holidays, and you just have to continue that grind to really be successful in this sport and get those moments like yesterday.
Closing day, Belmont at the Big 8 Fall Meet. Opening day, traditional Aqueduct Fall Meet on Thursday. First things first, the 4th race, live on Fox Sports 1. Mandatory payout, pick 6 kicks off here. Chris Griffin standing by.
Rider off Sun and Wind. There's Sugar Bee. Sugar Bee goes in. Still about 4 out here. Really acting up there is Sun and Wind, has been backed out of the gate. Going to load a few other runners first, it appears. Moda Morning Grouch. Peony. Also Queens Over Threes. Queens Over Threes, Liner Right towards the outside, and does look like Sun and Wind. Rail Runner will end up loading last here. Jockey Ruben Silvera gets a leg up. Sun and Wind. Sun and Wind. Another one acting up there, top of the table. Sun and Wind gonna try once again here and go right in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from in between horses. Miss Bourbon is with the early mix. Moda Morning Grouch up on the far outside. They line up. Here's Flight Control. Flight Control now puts a neck in front. Peonies in the purple cap is in that early mix too. Just behind them and at the rail, there comes Sun and Win. And to the outside of Sun and Win, now moving forward there, comes Boss of All. It's now in that 6th position. Out wider, here's a move from Sugar Bee and at the rail. Now getting over to the rail, there was a Short Shift. Short Shift is followed towards the outside here from Miss Bourbon, who lost some ground after that quick start. The 3 at the back, Quick Power Nap. Second to last, top of the table, and late running line of right is the trailer. 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Moda Morning Grouch is in front. It's Moda Morning Grouch. Queens over 3s is ready to challenge. Looking for room is Flight Control. Nowhere to go yet. Flight Control's looking for a clear path, and Flight Control's now going to split those 2 long shots. Peony's going to get the jump, though. Peony has gotten the jump, and Sugar Bee is going to chase that move. Down the center of the race course here comes Miss Bourbon with a big late run. Sugar Bee getting in just a touch, but has the front end. It's Sugar Bee who's going to try and hold off an oncoming charge from top of the table. Sugar Bee is almost there. Sugar Bee gets the victory. Sugar Bee wins it over the oncoming top of the table. Then came Quick Power Nap and Miss Bourbon in 1 minute 9 seconds flat.
Proving that debut win at 45-1 was no fluke. In Maryland, Sugar Bee, Maggie told you how good she looked in the paddock. She runs accordingly. Sugar Bee, undefeated, 13-1 to kick off the Pick 6 closing day. Belmont at the Big A.
Yeah, great call by Maggie to point this horse out. I mean, she had really shown up in a big way first time out, whether she was facing a classy field or not in terms of what was on paper in there, but she had a wide journey and similar tactics today with Katie Davis aboard, just able to power by the pace setters in this race and have that solid turn of foot here as she's able to hold off a couple of others that were making some late runs at big prices, but impressive victory for her.
Not exactly poetry in motion. Looked like she was lugging in a little bit in the stretch on her wrong lead, but the right result at a price, 13-1. Katie Davis here, Sugar Bee, in a $30,000 maiden claimer. And at some point, after 2 straight victories, she's going to start getting the respect she deserves at the windows.
I would say so, and I think that the differential in price first time out to the price that she was here, even stepping up in class, I think shows that people are starting to take her seriously. And great job by Maggie Wolfendale to point this one out, that class didn't matter as much as the kind of move that she was able to make.
9-7-4-8. 13-1 over 24-1, 7-1, and 30-1. A turf sprint scramble in the end. What happened with some of the more logical horses? Flight Control, for example. Did anything go wrong as the 5-2 favorite? Any excuses? Anything catch your eye?
I wouldn't say necessarily wrong, but just got embroiled in a pace that was very honest and started to fall apart in the late stages. And Moda Morning Grouch was up there too. And I think things just started to unravel for those early runners. And I think Lina Wright's just one that got into a bit of traffic. She started to make that closing run, and that's the risk that you have with those horses that are these closing turf sprinters. Where are you going to go? And I think that she just ran out of a clear path.
Comes with the territory for Sugar Bee. Perfect in 2 starts. 13-1 outsider to kick off the Pick 6 closing day here at Belmont at the Big A.
Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. Elite Power to the front. At the 16th hole, Gunite is second, but Elite Power is moving clear and going to take the rear dirt sprint by a widening margin.
5-5 all evading at 875 down or down 900 and 900,000.
Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup sprint in 108.34.
The power of Juddmonte.
Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1, America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NYRABets.com or download the NYRA Bets app to get started. America's fastest city and fastest of all in the fourth race. Kick off the pick six. Sugar Bee entering the winner's circle. 2 for 2, 45-1 winner in her debut. 13-1 on this afternoon with the smiling assassin, Katie Davis. 13-1 over top of the table. Quick power nap. 9-7 for Sugar Bee to Maggie in the winner's circle.
Oh, so pleased to be joined by some old friends here in the winner's circle. Milan Milosevic and Marty Carmichael. Guys, Sugar Bee, the debut, I really liked it because she won despite being a bit green. Talk a little bit about how she's developed since then, Milan.
Great, just kind of improve physically and mentally and everything. We try to get that New York bred thing that she has, so we got her here we are, and it was awesome. I mean, she just a doll. I mean, obviously overlooked in first race, and people bet her today a little bit, but no, she's.
Did you? You don't have to tell me. It's okay.
No, she's just a doll. I mean, did everything perfect today in the first race, so we couldn't be happier. Yeah.
Marty, you picked her out based on walk videos at that Keeneland mixed sale for $4,500. Talk a little bit about selecting her.
Oh, I just loved her. I buy horses on walk videos, and I was a little scared when the hammer fell, but I feel great now, and she's 2 for 2. And this is my first race ever in New York, so
cool.
Pretty exciting, too.
And to have her go 2 for 2, I know you guys had to be a little bit patient with her, so how rewarding is this?
Wonderful. I mean, couldn't be happier, obviously. She's really.
Yeah. And Katie's kind of a Maryland jockey too, so we're keeping it from Maryland. We all came up from Maryland this morning, so this was a good one. Let's try and keep it going.
Absolutely, and it makes that drive back 95, I know, that much more enjoyable with a win. Congrats.
Sure. Thank you, Maggie.
It's likewise so good to see some old friends, Lafitte and Sugar Bee. She really liked getting with her own kind, the New York Preds up here at the Big A.
A trip well worth it. They wind up in the winner's circle. Sugar Bee, the 2 wins, and both unexpected, outrunning her odds, and just that she has a lot of moxie out there, and exciting to see what she continues to develop into.
And to go from winning your first race at one location to ship and then face winners for the first time and get that back-to-back victory, I'm sure the Connections just must be thrilled and looking forward to what they might have with her in the future and plenty of these lucrative options for her going ahead.
And for you, in case things didn't work out, to kick off the pick 6, no worries. We can reload and look ahead to the late pick 5 on this closing day. Belmont at the Big A, race number 5. More New York breds. Take a look at the field, 17 minutes out. 2-year-old filly, 7/8 of a mile. 12 strong. Who'd you come up with, Sarah? Who graduates?
I like the number 1, Endless Vow for Horacio de Paz a little bit. A horse that they experimented with blinkers last time. It did not go well. They're taking the blinkers off, and she did run well. First time out without those to finish second.
That's coming up. New York bred 2-year-old, 17 minutes. Meantime, continuing to recap some of the highlights yesterday. The Breeders' Cup World Championships out at Del Mar and the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. A wild one. A wild one in the stretch. Cogburn here, the favorite. So fast throughout. Sarah going to come up a little bit short and opening the door for Starlust, among others. A big long shot here with Brian Rosa in the saddle.
Absolutely, and Cogburn really tried to rip away from the field heading into that turn, really open up. And I think that whether that was due to instruction or a decision made by Ira Ortiz Jr., it didn't really account for the closing sprinters that were going to be coming at him in the late stages of this race. And a big price was Starlust here to get that Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint victory. But I mean, he had a nice trip. He had the pace to close into. He was able to save ground, and he is one of your less fancied in the wagering winners, but certainly deserved every ounce of respect that he ends up getting after the race.
30-1, bomb, Starlust. And then in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile to close out Breeders' Cup weekend, Full Serrano and Joel Rosario, a 3rd victory in this event, wide open at the top of the stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. As he was able to attend what was a very honest, very hot pace and still go on convincingly and hold off those horses coming at him late. Post time, the ultra consistent runner for Brittany Russell and Sheldon Russell getting into second, Domestic Product ending up finishing third. But Full Serrano, he had finished second in the Grade 1 Pacific Classic in his prior start, cuts back and gets the victory.
I think they made the right call, though.
I do.
Here in the,
yes,
in the
I
dirt
do.
mile. Yeah. We saw those colors in a classic winner's circle a few years back. 2018 Accelerate for Costa Aronis and for John Sadler and Joel Rosario. Full Serrano, as we look at the rundown of winners, congratulations to all the connections and Breeders' Cup winners in 2024. Did you have a particular highlight yesterday, a favorite performance or storyline?
I think that just seeing Torpedo Anna close out the year with another victory in what was a scratched down field and maybe not the most competitive one that she had faced all year, but just to wrap that story up with the icing on the cake for her. Straight No Chaser getting back to the winner's circle, More Than Looks, a little redemption, Moira as well, Sierra Leone finally showing that professionalism. I think yesterday was just really full of incredible stories and a lot of stellar performances from horses that we've been following all year long, especially on this circuit.
All capped off, Sierra Leone, who was star-crossed all season, so many frustrating, difficult defeats, in many cases of which he was his own worst enemy. Not the case yesterday. The Breeders' Cup Classic winner, a first ever for trainer Chad Brown. Again, congratulations to all the winning connections. Breeders' Cup 2024 in the books, and now we await and continue to debate for some divisions. It's very clear-cut where we're champions and horses that will be crowned champion, but for other divisions and certainly Horse of the Year, fodder for debate and conversation over the next couple of months.
Certainly. It was up for debate last year. It's up for debate yet again this year, whether or not you're voting with your heart or what everyone has accomplished on the racetrack, and I think that those can be muddled and maybe deservedly so.
Meantime, here, Belmont at the Big A. Still have the late pick 5 coming up. We'll be saying goodbye to our viewers here on Fox Sports 1. Coverage moves over to Fox Sports 2. We still have a couple of stakes races coming your way. The mandatory payouts is late pick 5 to get underway in 13 minutes from Belmont at the Big A. We'll see you over on Fox Sports 2.
Sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing. Okay, that was awesome. He's the best.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome to our viewers on Fox Sports 2. America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Gorgeous first Sunday in November in the city. Welcome, everyone. Aqueduct Racetrack. She's Sarah El Badri. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. It's closing day. Belmont at the Big A meet. The late pick 5 coming up. A couple of stakes races as well, Sarah.
Yeah, absolutely. We're still looking forward to the Pumpkin Pie as well as the Discovery, which has a contentious group of horses that we've been following all year long, and mandatory payouts in all of our late multi-race sequences as well, as this is closing day of the meet.
Yeah, just 10 minutes out till that 5th race and the late pick 5. We'll get to that shortly. First, today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. A couple of stakes races, as Sarah mentioned. Pumpkin Pie, $150,000 purse, and the Discovery for 3-year-olds also offering a $150,000 purse. Races 6 and 8. Haven't signed up just yet. The offer stands. Get involved, NYRABets.com. When you do so, use that promo code BONUS200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NYRABets.com, to earn your $200 deposit match. Race 5, 2-year-old fillies, New York bred, 7/8 of a mile, maidens. There's the field. Beautiful Mo, 8-5. The current favorite with Arad Ortiz in the saddle. And we need some help with how these 2-year-old fillies look in the paddock. With that, we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale, standing by in the paddock. Maggie, what are you noticing here pre-race, these New York bred 2-year-old fillies? What caught your eye?
Well, I think we're all noticing that a first-time starter is taking the bulk of the play in number 5. And here, Beautiful Mo, as she did cost quite a bit as a yearling at the Saratoga sale, $250,000 for George Weaver, as she is a daughter of Uncle Mo, out of a graded stakes winning dam and Hot City Girl. I remember her. She was a New York bred that was very competitive against Open Company, albeit in those dirt sprints. But this one will try 7/8 first time out, which can at times be a tricky distance, but looking at her, I see why they're doing it. She's huge. She's very big, very tall, very lanky. So the distance is probably a starting point, to be fair. She might want to go a bit further than this, honestly. That being said, she's had a steady diet of works since August, and she looks fit and ready to go. My problem is there isn't a work that necessarily jumps out at you, and I wonder how much speed she's ultimately going to have and whether that puts her behind the proverbial 8 ball in this field here. So she's taking money, but I still want to take the wait and see approach, as we'll go to the horse to her inside, actually taking a look at 2 horses that come out of that September 28th affair over a sloppy racetrack, rained off the turf. Number 4, Higher Force. She goes out for Horacio De Paz, who will send out 2 in here. She was slightly outrun from the start and a bit green once she got that kickback, but once switched outside by Ricardo Santana that day, she kept coming and you know, kept gaining in that field. I wasn't in the paddock for that race, but I really like what I'm seeing for her second start. Another filly that has a lot of size to her, so the step out to the 7 furlongs makes a great deal of sense. She's gotten a tightener under her belt. She's incredibly fit, strong, really focused, nicely on the bridle. I really like what I liked Higher Force on paper. I like her even more, having seen her in the paddock. Number 7, Run Don't Walk. She deserves to be a big price in here, but she did show a little bit of early foot that day before retreating over the sloppy racetrack. Well, Rob Atras isn't necessarily a trainer that's known to win first time out with 2-year-olds. And honestly, Lafitte, she just caught my eye. A filly that has a lot of size to her, but you know has a bit of speed, as she does apply a pair of short cut cheater blinkers. And also it could have been a factor of her getting a bit intimidated, which you find, and that's why trainers do put on those blinkers. So she probably needed that race for fitness. She looks fit here. I'd be willing to give her a second shot here and a second look, because at 25-1, she looks like she should be 5-1.
Tipping your hand, perhaps. Run Don't Walk. Rob Atras. Big fall meet. Belmont at the Big A. Leading rider Dylan Davis, and yeah, 25-1.
Certainly has a little bit of pedigree if you go back a generation as well. On the dam side, second dam Flashing, one that Richie Migliore is very familiar with.
That's right, Grade 1 Godolphin winner. We'll see her again in the post parade. There's Endless Vow to kick things off, draws the rail for a second consecutive race.
Blinkers went on in that second start. They did not go well. They take them right back off.
Open flame, kind of spinning her wheels.
Blinkers do go on for this one. Her first race was all right, but it's been a little bit downhill since then.
Illini number 3 and outside of 51 to 1 would be a big surprise.
Wide trip last time out and exits a common race of many of these.
Maggie liked what she saw, higher force.
And this one would have to take a little bit of a step forward, but that debut was promising over a wet track.
Your top selection, Beautiful Mo.
My top selection is actually
No,
the
you have
number
Endless Vow.
But the
My
better's top selection currently with Ira
It is
Ortiz
3-2.
Jr.
My
aboard
mistake,
first-time
my
starter.
mistake.
It's all right,
Dancing
Lafitte.
Dakota here at 53 to 1.
2 turf tries and then a wet try on the dirt over a sloppy sealed surface would have to improve.
There's Toxic Girl and Javier Castellano.
First-time starter, when this trainer reaches out for Javier Castellano, it seems as though he has some live runners at big prices.
Bernie in the Rose, second career start, solid debut at 64 to 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly outran her odds first time out. Katie Davis stays aboard.
Kara's Dream Weaver.
Trying the dirt for the first time, adding blinkers. I like her a little bit more, but not on the surface.
Material Girl contender.
Absolutely for Chad Brown and Manny Franco, and ran well first time out.
Rodeo Star, Flavian Pratt to the outside at 16 to 1.
Really had a wide trip first time out, and now does cut back slightly in distance, likely to have a wide trip again.
Late pick 5 in 4 minutes. New York bred maiden, 7/8 of a mile, 2-year-old fillies. Another look at Material Girl. Her debut, early October right here. Sitting just off the pace, seemingly in a good spot, turning for home and not able to deliver the winning punch in the end.
Seemed like she just may have tired in that first start, as she does end up getting passed by Off Script and Bernie and the Rose in here, and she ran fine first time out. Chad Brown does very well with his 2-year-old second time starting fillies in these state bred types of races. Dirt sprinting could improve with that start under her belt. I didn't love that she ended up getting outrun for those minor placings in this spot, and I thought that overall she drew a wide post yet again. It would have to try to tuck in and seal the deal a little bit more than she did first time out.
But that tactical speed and certainly room to improve. Manny Franco aboard. Material Girl, if you like her, 3 to 1 for the filly who you do have on top. Endless Vow down towards the inside at 15 to 1. What's the key to success for her today?
Being a little bit more professional with the blinkers coming off after that experiment just didn't work out first time, but I thought her debut was certainly promising enough, and I think that if she had only that race and not the other one on the page for her, she would not exactly be the price that she is. She took a little bit of money first time out, going off at 5 to 1, finishing second, and I think that horses can always be forgiven for their first start. She got a 50 buyer speed figure for that race. Not incredible, but not terrible either. Regressed next time in a common race where many do exit and just seem to tire, and I hope that now with these blinkers coming off, it's just something that didn't really suit her in that race, an experiment that they tried. It's not for every horse to end up having that focus and having that vision change in terms of being able to see straight out in front of them more than to either side. So maybe this is just something where the equipment was attempted, it didn't have the desired effect, and now they go back to the drawing board with her of what did work.
Your thoughts, Maggie, Endless Vow.
Well, Endless Vow, too, as Sarah said, ran well first time out, but I thought she looked incredibly backwards looking. And when I say that, these are horses that are 2-year-olds, but when you say they're backwards, it just means that they really look like 2-year-olds. They don't look like the athletes that they're supposed to be yet. But Endless Vow, she has grown, which is a good thing, but she's still growing, and we often say, when they're growing and they're young, they're still, quote unquote, up behind. It's as if the hind end, because that does grow and mature faster, has eclipsed the front end, which needs to catch up. And I still think that's happening with Endless Vow, so still needs to grow into herself. But there's been development, which I appreciate. And so I think Sarah brings up some very valid points as to why this horse could be competitive with those blinkers coming off. Now, it feels like with the first-time starter in here dancing, or Beautiful Mo, being favored, that they are completely condemning the race back on October 5th, which we do see Bernie and the Rose and Material Girl coming out of. I thought Bernie and the Rose ran very well. Wasn't in the paddock for that debut. She was wired. She did run up the rail, which was probably a good thing to do that day. But she was saddled outside with the pony, so she may have been a bad actor in that first start, but now they know her, they know what to do. She was really well behaved back in the paddock. Same thing out on the racetrack. Got a really nice warm-up with Katie Davis aboard, looking to go back-to-back here. I still respect her as she is sitting at 4-1. Now, Material Girl, she really caught my eye when she walked in because she just came in with some swagger today. Really on the muscle, as if she's totally clued in to what she needs to do now. And she did get a bit late in that first race. Probably gained some fitness, not something you expect, though, with Chad Brown first-time starters. But I will say this. I dug up a stat for Chad. Quite a niche one, to be fair. Second-time starters that are still maidens on the dirt and are New York breds. He's 12 for 27 with a 257 ROI, Lafitte. So these horses do tend to improve.
Those stats, yeah, that'll get it done.
Yeah, they will, and I knew she had the specifics of that stat already waiting in the wings, so I tried to tee that one up. But look, he does well with this move, and you heard just how well. So when he spots these horses in these types of races, they do tend to take that step forward in their second start, and it's certainly possible that she could do just that.
It says it in the trouble line. You saw it in the replay with Manny Franco encouraging her, going to the crop. She did kind of shy. You wonder when the real running starts today. He goes to the crop again for her to give him that extra gear, how she responds.
Absolutely, it's a question, but I think riding her the first time and knowing that that was the reaction, he can adapt and perhaps have a different reaction today or do something a little bit differently so that that reaction is not elicited with her.
What are you looking for early? Who is the quickest of the quick?
Well, I think with a lot of horses trying the surface for the first time or being those first-time starters, it's kind of an unknown. I'd like to see Endless Vow from the inside get some forward position in here. I think that horses that have run before on the dirt and showed forward position are likely to do the same again in this spot. Material Girl will probably be forward from that outside, trying to gain some position from that outside post. And we'll see what we get from Beautiful Mo. I agree with Maggie that the works haven't been dazzling, but you never know.
Sarah going with Endless Vow, 10-1, number 1. Maggie with number 4, Higher Force, 8-1. The betting favorite, 9-5. First-time starter, Beautiful Mo with Arad Ortiz. Late pick 5 starts here. Mandatory payout, closing day. Chris Griffin with the load and call. New York bred 2-year-old fillies in the 5th. It's post time.
Eleni just needing a little encouragement here to go into the gate. Bernie in the Rose just waiting in behind there. Quite a few still in behind the gate here as we wait for the 3. Assistant starters now hopping off the gate. Now they will reload the rest of the field, or load the rest of the field, I should say. Jose Gomez is back aboard the 3, Bernie in the Rose. Now goes in. Beautiful Mo. Goes right into the gate. Kara's Dreamweaver will be next. Also Dancing Dakota. 2 more. Material Girl. Rodeo Star. Rodeo Star goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Bernie and the Rose. Right out towards the front, and Bernie and the Rose flashes that early speed. Beautiful Mo is ready to contend for that early supremacy as well, and now it's going to be at the rail there. Beautiful Mo moving forward with Run Don't Walk to join that early leader. Just backing off was Bernie and the Rose, and at the rail Eleni has now taken that third position. Back to fourth will be Bernie and the Rose. Kara's Dreamweaver in that mix is now in fifth, and at the rail moving forward comes Endless Vow. And between horses is Higher Force is towards the back end of that second grouping. Moving forward is Material Girl, who's going to be 5 wide up the backstretch. Then comes Rodeo Star to the outside of that rival, less than 4 furlongs to travel. The back three are very spread apart. Open Flame, second to last, far back Dancing Dakota, and just not keeping up, not being persisted with much. That's Toxic Girl. 23 seconds flat. 46 and 3 for that half-mile time. Beautiful Mo is trying to shake loose and doing it nicely. Eleni is all in here from second. From the back, here come the back markers. Bernie and the Rose is back for more. Material Girl is starting to warm up to the task. The rest have a lot of ground to make up. Beautiful Mo, meanwhile, has kicked on. Beautiful Mo, Bernie and the Rose broke out on top, and Bernie and the Rose is back for more. Bernie and the Rose runs right on by Beautiful Mo. Bernie and the Rose is just opening up here in the late stages inside the final 16th and a very strong outfield. Bernie and the Rose. Katie Davis with a double. Bernie and the Rose wins it over Beautiful Mo, then Material Girl, and a late run from Kara's Dreamweaver in 1 minute 24 and 4.
A strong outfield is right, Chris Griffin. And for Katie Davis, back-to-back victories. Sugar B in the fourth, and here Bernie and the Rose proving that solid debut at 64-1 was just a sign of things to come and no fluke.
A little bit of a theme here with the last 2 races.
Yep.
Katie Davis riding a horse that was a big price first time out and coming back with a victory and showing that that was no fluke indeed, as she is able to get that victory. And it seemed as though at one point she had to take off the pace a little bit and then make that decision to re-rally and engage. And it was the right one, as she's able to get that victory now going towards the outside of the other horses that were forwardly placed and do end up a part of your superfecta.
Ears tell the story. You saw her on the gallop out, ears twitching, happy horse. Were you surprised Beautiful Mo didn't offer more resistance as Bernie and the Rose came up to her flank?
Not really. I mean, she's a first-time starter versus a horse that had that experience and already shown us a little bit of what she's about. And the pace was pretty contentious for a horse that was making that debut. Katie had made the decision to wait and be patient with this one after establishing that forward position. I think it paid off.
Right here. Beautiful Mo. And yeah, no response. Bernie and the Rose going much the best. And in the end, 7, 8 widening lengths. Katie Davis, Dominic Schettino teaming up by Accelerate, 2018 Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Bernie and the Rose, much the best. Kick off this late pick 5, 4-1 at post time. 9, 5, 11, 10. Filly with a future.
Certainly. I think she's found horses that she has been able to be competitive against in terms of where she belongs in class, and she's been well spotted. And I think that maybe there's the potential that there's open company next time out, a promising 2-year-old filly for sure.
Katie riding in the pumpkin pie. No, so we'll have to actually do some handicapping. Find someone else to bet, another jockey, because Katie's in his own here. 2 straight on the Sunday program. 9, 5, 11, 10 results. Reaction as our coverage continues. Closing day, fall meet, Belmont at the Big A.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
One today, we get to all 2,200,000.
Chancer McPatrick proves best.
Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie. She wins the Frizette easily.
Katie Davis, always smiling anyways. Lots to smile about on this Sunday afternoon. Back-to-back wins on the Sunday program. Bernie and the Rose graduating in her second career start.
Katie has one of the most infectious smiles that we see
Yes,
on the
she does.
racetrack, and we do often see that in the winner's circle here, and 2 wins on today's card for some horses that really outran their odds at first time out, backing that up with victories yet again, and smart rides in both circumstances by Katie.
In the groove, 2 straight. Katie Davis with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Here, Katie Davis, we're talking about goals, as she just said, so she can stay motivated. Tell us about those goals and how you've attained them.
So I had a goal last month to win 10, and I won 7, which is really awesome. And then coming in today with wanting to win 2 in one day and accomplish that. So that was exciting, and trying to find another goal, so.
And back to back as well here. Well, you know, riding in a tough riding colony as you are, and by the way, the guys who are at the Breeders' Cup are back today, and you've won 2. So I think that's awesome.
Yeah, you know, it was funny because the gate guys early this morning, they were like, all the guys are back, and I go, yeah, I don't really care. Not like in a mean way, but like, okay, cool. Like, but it's fun riding with them because you learn, and everybody rides so well, and it's exciting to ride with them. So. Yeah.
And you're showing them what you're made of. As Bernie and the Rose, you got to know her first time out. I thought ran really well. As you said, it was probably green. Still some greenness today. Yes. I was eavesdropping a little bit, I'm not going to lie. But she really cleared away from this field beautifully.
You know, she did. She got a little green around the last turn, but when another horse got up next to her, she took off, and she kind of was like, I'm a game. You know, wild, like, it was really weird, though, because I breezed her last week, and she grew so much in the neck. Like, she just is developing so well, and I'm really proud of her, and Dominic Schettino and all the guys. They're doing a great job with her, and it warms my heart to see them win as well. Yeah.
Exactly, and a family that they've done so well with in the past. It is a precocious family, and it felt as though today, like you said, she's gotten stronger. They, you know, took all the precautions here in the paddock to get the job done. And 2, we saw you in the last race, winning with some Maryland connections. That you spent a lot of time in Maryland too. So really, you know, I feel like these wins are that much more meaningful because you've spent time with them.
Yes, for sure. And you know, you can't forget the people that helped you along the way. So it was a good warming heart too as well to see them come back, and they're like, we miss you, Katie. You came to New York, boo, you know, come back. And I'm like, well, Trevor stole me and we went to New York. Blame it on him. And
he's the guy from Maryland, from the Mid-Atlantic at least.
So, but it was great. It was great. Hopefully they want to grab another race maybe at the end of the month, but we'll see. They got a nice little horse as well. Learning and growing, and I'm very blessed to be a part of the team as well. Yeah.
Well done, you've accomplished the goals. I can't wait to see what the next goals are set at. Well done, Katie.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
All right, Katie Davis here, all about those goals and reaching them. And boy, you couldn't find anybody with a better, more positive attitude either, guys.
Reaches that goal, the 2 wins this afternoon. Sarah, it's not just her aura, her presence, that smile that is infectious, but it's also her in her interviews, just very thoughtful, very insightful, win, lose, or draw.
She's thinking about the races, and she's thinking about her path to victory, as well as all the things that it took to get there prior to the race actually unfolding. And so having that mindset and having that ability to look over those races from that standpoint, no matter what your craft is, if you're serious about it, you want to compete with the best of the best, and she's showing that she can.
I can't just lean on Katie Davis for this upcoming 6th race. She's not riding in the pumpkin pie. So, yeah, back to the drawing board, the second of 3 stakes races. Take a look at the field and updated odds here. The Discovery later. Pumpkin pie, 7/8 of a mile. Scratch Just Catherine, 7 strong. 1 to 9, mixed style. 1 to 9, Sarah. Why such a heavy pumpkin pie favorite?
She was always going to be a short price in this race, and Just Catherine, who seemed like her main competition on paper coming out of the race, doesn't help that either. She's just run some of the fastest races. She's lightly raced. She has that upside, and she's coming off a 2nd place finish in the Gallant Bloom to Ways and Means.
We are stepping aside. I have a goal to make a 6 o'clock flight out of here back to Los Angeles. But first, we mentioned the pumpkin pie. I'm not going to ask you to handicap that. We have the 1-9 favorite. But later on, the Discovery. Who do you like in the Discovery later this evening?
I'm interested in Copper Tax, a horse that we've seen run very consistently in the past. I think that he is going to get a little bit more pace than he did last time out when Batten Down was able to control things in that final start of theirs where he ran third. But I think that maybe he could turn the tables at a much better price today.
That's coming up a little bit later on. Winding things down, closing day, Belmont at the Big A Fall Meet. Richie Migliori, Greg Wolf coming up very shortly as Sarah and I step aside. But later you will get a chance to see Batten Down, the beautifully bred Juddmonte Homebred, the favorite in the 80th running of the Discovery this evening on Fox Sports 2.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Just showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to our continuing live coverage on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by Hillandale at Alapa. You're watching America's Day at the Races, and we're up to a couple of stakes races coming up. Pumpkin Pie next, a huge favorite. We have this Discovery still to come as well. Greg Wolf alongside former champion jockey Richard Migliori. We'll look back at some of the big performances and the debates we have now to go on for divisional honors and Horse of the Year honors, what we saw Saturday in the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, but great conversations to have and spectacular Breeders' Cup weekend of racing, particularly the main day yesterday. And I like the arguments. I have my mind set up about a lot of things, some strong opinions, but one thing for sure, a great celebration of our sport.
Absolutely was. Discovery to come later. We'll see Grade 3 Ohio Derby winner Batten Down back in action for Belmont, third in this year's Jim Dandy as well. As we get a look at the group that will line up, Batten Down, we start there. 7-5 morning line favorite for Belmont. Junior Alvarado will ride from that outside post. And coming off that dominant win at Churchill Downs last time out.
Yeah, and he's a horse that wants to be a free-running type. It's interesting, right, because his first step isn't always his best step. And if he's drawn inside or in between horses, it forces Junior Alvarado to have to kind of ask him to leave there, and I think it turns him on a little too much. The fact that he's drawn outside today, he can give him that stride or two to find his footing and then go on without making him keen. I think it's going to actually help him, and you know I'm not a fan usually of outside posts and two-turn races.
There is a scratch. The first turn, too, at 1 1/8 here, comes up really quick with his outside post, with his speed, not a concern.
You know, it's not a concern for me, like I said, because even if his first step isn't great, it allows him to catch his stride without having to be turned on, because he's not a horse you can turn on and turn off easily.
All right, we'll get to that one coming up. That's race 8 on the card. Pumpkin Pie is next, and same barn with a huge favorite who we'll get to in a moment. That is Nick Style. Should be controlling the pace from the outset, but some question marks with that odds-on favorite. You can play all the action by getting signed up right there. Naira Bets, $200 deposit match, new customer bonus when you punch in that code at sign up. Bonus 200, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 7 furlongs in this Pumpkin Pie. Purse of $150,000. Fillies and Mirrors, 3 and up. That will start off the late pick 4 as you see what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Those 2 stakes as mentioned. And the final 4 on the card to come. Nick Style is the one we're talking about. 4-year-old filly for Bill Mott. The quick of the quick. Can she get and last 7 furlongs as the 1-5 favorite? Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, that's the big question in here with her, right, Greg? 7 furlongs. I think there are dueling theories when it comes to these very fast horses stretching out. Are they purely just distance limited? Can you know, is there a point in which those gears stop? Or is it actually easier for these very fast horses because you kind of, you know, you put everybody at a disadvantage, putting separation between yourself and getting in the rest of the field and getting into that rhythm. So we'll find out what Nick Style possesses here today. What is a positive, other than, I mean, a not good thing is that she's 1-5, but a positive for her is that she's a lot more relaxed when compared to what I saw from her at least 2 back when she was coming off the layoff, and again at Saratoga when the energy there is just a lot more vibrant than it here at Aqueduct, and horses are just more relaxed naturally here at the Big A. And she's put on weight, which I appreciate. I really like to see that. You know, you don't want a horse that has been racing more frequently than what she ever has to get lighter. She's putting on weight and conditioning, which I like to see. So all good things here in the paddock for your heavy favorite. But let's check in with a horse that is second off of the bench and making her second start for the Rick Dutcher barn is number 2, Braganza, as she will put on a pair of shortcut cheater blinkers, and she's a massive mare. There's a lot of her, and she just gives the impression that typically a race might be needed when coming off of a layoff. So she's getting it here, second start back, and I thought she ran very well with a less than ideal trip to the winner. Just Catherine that day, who bided her time and got through on the rail, where she took so much kickback, Braganza, and had to go around. So I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Great energy here, looks very fit and ready to go. And then a horse that's a bit of a 7/8 specialist is number 4, St. Benedict's Prep, with 7 starts, 4 wins, and 2 seconds to her name at this configuration. She looks great. One of the best times I've seen St. Benedict's Prep. She's really filled out now. Now maybe she'll need to start off a bit of a layoff, but great energy. She's usually very quiet. Today she is bright and really engaged as they head out and hit the track, Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. Call to post we hear in the background. Here's our post parade. Braganza inherits the rail with a scratch of the 1.
It comes off a really nice effort going this 7 furlong distance right here at Aqueduct against Just Catherine, who is a nice mare in her own right.
Just about everybody proven at this distance except the big favorite. Here's Rachel's Rock, just 1 at 7/8.
1 at 7/8 against easier. This is, in my estimation, considerably tougher.
St. Benedict's Prep, Linda Rice, 4 for 7 at 7/8 of a mile.
Yeah, Maggie said it right. She is a 7 furlong specialist. She does have speed, though. Does she get engaged or caught up chasing your favorite?
Nick Style, so much faster and fast earlier than everybody in this field.
Yeah, and the only horse to ever defeat her was your Breeders' Cup favorite. She didn't get it done. Ways and Means. This is easier than that, but it is 7 furlongs.
First try at this distance, yeah, for the big favorite. Zadorsky, 20-1, Manny Franco.
Yeah, there's a good second behind St. Benedict's Prep, 2 back at Saratoga.
The only other one without a win at this distance in the field, aside from the favorite here, Dazzling Move.
Yeah, an Ontario bred from Mike Trombetta. Just feels like she's going to have to find a little more than she's shown up to this date.
And big price, Kali Magic was 3rd behind Rachel's Rock last start, 3rd beat 2 lengths.
Yeah, another one. Has to take a big step forward. And plus, she has speed, so she gets cast in the position of having to chase your fast favorite.
Nick's Style 1-4 favorite. Betting public says this race is already over. She's been very good, and obviously the only defeat, as you mentioned, to the incredibly talented Ways and Means, who did not get it done. It was an upset in that Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, which we'll look back on. She's very good, though. This was that Gallant Bloom on that wet track, and this was the first time on a wet track for her.
Yeah, and listen, she has speed. She tried to stay with Ways and Means, and a lot of times when you can't stay with a rival that outmatches you, you cave in. The fact that she hung on for second here, going 6.5, I don't think the 7/8 is going to be an issue. I think she's going to get comfortable. But if I was going to try to beat her, I would try to beat her with the 2 Braganza, because she's got a closing style, and maybe other horses are going to take their shots and try to run with her.
I mean, you could look at that performance, too, and yeah, how good she ran, and the fact that she did easily beat the rest of that group. I mean, that could really tax you facing one like that she's maybe just that good, and maybe this price is warranted.
Well, I just think, too, with Bill Mott as the conditioner, that it's less of a concern for me, and she's had ample time since that effort.
Meanwhile, St. Benedict's Prep, Linda Rice, 7-1, so 4 for 7 at this distance with a couple of runner-up finishes as well, and comes in having won 3 of the last 4 starts, including last start at Saratoga.
Yeah, listen, she is hard-knocking, consistent. You go back, if she didn't stumble at the break and lose Kendra Carmouche 5 back, she would have been 5 wins out of her last 6 starts, right? So ultra consistent, or 4 wins out of her last 5 starts, excuse me. But she's got that good pedigree, all that Claiborne Farm pedigree out of the mare Lion, Warfront mare. And she's Hickory. She shows up. The only thing is, I think it puts her at a disadvantage because she's going to have to take on Nick's Style at some stage, if not right from the start, in the middle of the race. And I think that sets her up to be picked off by somebody else.
Has shown she doesn't have to have the lead to win, and that's good because she is likely not going to get it here with Nick's Style in the race. Did beat a pretty good one, too. The race we showed you was 2 back at Saratoga. She came back 1 again against Mighty Madison. It was pretty highly regarded coming in.
No, I think she's been facing some solid fields, and she's a filly that will be forward. But that's the key. I think, though, she's not going to make the lead, but at some point, is she the one that makes the first run? And sometimes that's an unenviable position when you have a big favorite that has the talent that Nick Style has.
Back to Braganza. Blinkers go on. Rick Dutrow Jr. barn. Half length behind just Catherine, who would have been a major player in this race, the one who was scratched in here. As we go back to that race back on September 20th.
This was a period of time, Greg, when the kickback on the main track here at Aqueduct was very, very difficult for horses to run through. And she ran through it. She had to be ridden through it. When she got in the clear, she really kicked into gear. You can see, looking at her, how, covered in dirt she is, but she's running on. Just got beat by the filly that got a perfect trip up the inside.
So, yeah, second best that day. And again, just Catherine, look, has won $400,000. She would have taken a little bit of money in here. Nick Style still would have been a short price, but does take out a contender. Just seems like Nick Style can get such an easy lead in this race, doesn't it?
I think a lot depends on what the outside runner, Kali Magic, who I don't think has the same natural speed, but she also has a rider, Ruben Silvera, that tends to send horses, and he doesn't really pay attention to whether he thinks he's fast enough or not. He puts them in gear early.
2-5, first of a couple of stakes to come. That Discovery, which we touched on briefly, top of the show, still ahead. And we'll see Batten Down back in action, who some people are making the case for back in the Jim Dandy when he was a distant third behind Fierceness and Sierra Leone. And those two now locked still in a battle, and that battle's going to go all the way until Eclipse Night for who should be top 3-year-old.
I think it's a great discussion. I was one of those people that was on thinking Batten Down can have a big impact in that Jim Dandy. He just feels like, now that it's all said and done, just a cut below the top echelon of 3-year-olds. But it'll be interesting to see with his pedigree what kind of 4-year-old he'll turn out to be.
And yeah, speaking, and we're going to talk more about them later, a lot of these Breeders' Cup races, we got a lot of good news of horses that are planning on coming back next year, including Torpedo Anna.
I was so happy to hear that. I was under the impression that this was going to be her last start. I'm so happy I was wrong, because this is how we build a fan base. People get to see horses over an elongated period of time, and they get to look forward to seeing them compete.
Can you imagine being treated to seeing her coming back for an entire 4-year-old campaign? I mean, she was the biggest story in our sport this year.
At the heart of it, I'm a racing fan. I know you're a racing fan. We like to see these horses of this ilk, this caliber, compete. So it's a treat for us as racing fans, and makes our job easier, gives us a great storyline to talk about on these shows.
Here we go. That is the one this race goes through. Nick Style, 2-5 favorite. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado. She's not only the one to beat with that form, grade 2 place in that Gallant Bloom behind Ways and Means last start. She is the one to catch. She is quick, early. Can she hang on at this 7-furlong distance, trying it for the first time? It's the Pumpkin Pie. First of 2 stakes to come on our latter half of the coverage on this Sunday afternoon. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
He goes in. Dazzling Move and Kali Magic to the outside. Goes in. All set for the Pumpkin Pie. And they're off. Good speed from Nick Style in between horses Kali Magic in the early mix, and there's St. Benedict's Prep to join that early fray. These three across the racetrack here early, and St. Benedict's Prep now puts ahead in front. Nick Style not letting the leader get away, and now a pace duel, a small one here on the front end. Just behind them is Kali Magic. It's going to start from third. Then behind that comes Dazzling Move, who's taken a clear fourth. Another 3.5. Back to Rachel's Rock towards the back end of the field with Zadorsky, and far back the early trailer, Braganza. 22-3 for the opening quarter mile. St. Benedict's Prep has the lead, is up by a half length. Less than 4 furlongs to travel with the big favorite, and Nick Style ranging up, and Nick Style is on the move. At the rail, that's Dazzling Move. Out wider still is Kali Magic. That's the leading quartet. Here's Rachel's Rock. Kendra Carmouche on a move here from 5th, is now within 4 of the leaders. From the back end, trying to close in is Zadorsky, and trailing throughout is Braganza. 45-3 for that half-mile time. Nick Style to the outside of St. Benedict's Prep, who's not done towards the inside, but now Nick Style is going to kick clear, and here's Nick Style opening up by 2.5. The move comes from Dazzling Move on the grandstand side, is trying to cut into the margin. Nick Style has not put this one away yet. Tail swishing around, but Nick Style now focusing on the task. Nick Style is back up by 3. Nick Style wins the Pumpkin Pie. It's Nick Style to win it. Dazzling Move. Late run here towards the inside from Zadorsky and St. Benedict's Prep. In 1 minute 22.51 seconds.
New tactics today. Nick Style sitting just off of St. Benedict's Prep, who was quick early under Jose Lezcano and then able to take advantage in the stretch.
Yeah, Jose Lezcano was intent on making the lead, was not going to give up that inside position that he had on Nick Style. Sent hard, so Junior Alvarado adjusted. He said, okay, I got to have confidence in my filly. She's supposed to be the best filly. Put his hands down, and she was able to sit comfortably just off her flank. And when he asked her, she kicked on nicely. She had a question to answer today, and she answered it emphatically because she took that pressure. Looked like early in the race, Dazzling Move was pulling a rider into the race, and she ran on well, but no match for a very good Nick Style.
For a moment, looked like might give this huge favorite a scare, but not to be. Nick Style safely home. 4 wins, 5 career starts, the only defeat to one of the absolute best in the division in Ways and Means. That's the only blemish.
This is a really, really good filly, and a lightly raced 4-year-old, soon to be 5, now 4 for 5 in her life with a good second against it aforementioned Ways and Means. And I like the fact that she showed, okay, I don't absolutely need the lead. It wasn't like she was up on the pace. It wasn't like she was raiding, but that she still had that grit, that determination to kick on.
5-7, 6-4, 1-2 favorite over 16-1, over 13-1. Dazzling Move, Zadorsky second and third. But no doubt about your winner. Impressive from Nick Style, as expected as a 1-2 favorite. Final time, pretty sharp 1:22-2 as well. 4 wins, 5 career starts for Bill Mott's Nick Style with Junior Alvarado in the Pumpkin Pie.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Back on our Sunday coverage, America's Day of the Races here on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get signed up, started. And here's your winner of the pumpkin pie, Junior Alvarado, sitting just off this speed of St. Benedict's Prep, who, well, surprisingly took command early in this race. Not a problem, though, for Nick Stiles, showing a new dimension for trainer Bill Mott. Now 4 wins, 5 starts.
Yeah, and nice to see when a horse can settle off one like that. So you're not always going to be victimized if there's another fast horse in there, even if they're a long shot, taking you on and softening you up. And horses learn this incrementally. You know, now she did it once, she'll probably do it even better next time.
1-2 favorite returns $3 for the victory. Let's go down to Maggie.
Here with winning owner Stephen Rousseau. And Stephen, Nick Stile, I know you've had to be patient with her, but wow, does she reward you when you lead her over?
Yes, she sure does. I tell you, it's been a long road. I want to thank Bill Mott and his team for doing a great job with her. But most of all, I'd like to thank Ralph Nix. He really persevered with her from day one. He picked her out for me, and we really were patient with her.
For $25,000 too as a yearling. I know she's a Florida bred. Obviously, you can get some bargain prices there, but she belongs in some serious stakes company.
Well, I think so too. I think she's really proved herself. All throughout her career, she's had these minor issues. Ralph always told me, just give her some time, give her some time. She overcame everything. Now we have a nice, clean 4-year-old. Turning 5 next year, so hopefully we'll win some nice races with her.
Absolutely, and I heard what Junior was saying, that she responded beautifully to the 7-8s. A little bit of a surprise that she wasn't on the lead, but it looked as though she relaxed so nicely for him.
Yes, she sure did. With all her speed, you figure she'd just run off each time, but she seems to really come back to him nicely whenever he wants to. So, you know, Ralph always thought that she would get up to a mile. I think 7, we'll stick with that for a while.
Absolutely. She was so impressive today. Congratulations. Just a really, really cool filly.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Oh, Stephen Rousseau, patience is key. And boy, has Nick Style repaid them in dividends, guys.
That's how it feels to win. And Maggie pointed it out. Bargain purchase price, $25,000. And now, what about $260,000 in earnings already?
I really like the owner, Stephen Rousseau, talking about, we'll keep her at 7/8 for now. A lot of owners get excited and they want to go climb another mountain right away. He's identifying, this is what my filly's strengths are. He gave Ralph Nix a lot of credit. People that don't know, Ralph Nix was actually a jockey, rode a lot for Bill Mott, and became an assistant trainer to Bill Mott. And interesting now that it goes to his former boss that now that Ralph has stepped away from training.
Exciting one to see, and even going forward, still really lightly raced. So there's still more upside, it seems like, with her.
Boy, we need to find one that we can buy for $25,000, Greg, and have
Sport
some fun
is
like that.
tremendous, isn't it? Bernie and the Rose kick off the late pick 5, paying $10.60. Now an odds-on favorite. Still a long way to go on a difficult card, really the rest of the way, depending on how you feel about batting down. This race, 6 furlong sprinting on the grass, New York bred first allowance condition race. And it's Lil Lang outside Jorge Abreu. Flavian Pratt, the favorite.
And I think the outside post helps Lil Lang infinitely so, because he's a horse that his first step is not his best step, even though he has enough speed to get up in the race. And he's been getting bumped around at the break because he's been in between horses. Now he's drawn outside. He's not going to run the risk of getting squeezed or buffeted about. It allows him to catch his stride the right way. I think the outside post actually aids him. And I am not a fan of outside posts in turf races and 2-turn races. This is a 1-turn race, but it is a turf race.
And for one who's had those issues, yeah, certainly may be the difference here this afternoon. We'll talk about some of the other contenders in this race coming up when we return from a short timeout. We'll look back to the West Coast and Del Mar and who was best out west, horse of the year. Is it all locked up? Let the debate go on. Fierceness maybe could have done it with a classic win. Didn't happen.
Idiomatic in front, 16th to go in the Juddmonte colors. Florent Giroux aboard. Idiomatic to win the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster.
Idiomatic is taking the lead. Clarion trying to squeeze through, but it's going to be Idiomatic to win.
And Idiomatic just opens back up here with every stride. No catching. Idiomatic winning the Juddmonte Spinster for Florent Giroux.
Curlin, the classic sire.
It's Mandaloun. Mandaloun wins.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Back in our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Sunday afternoon. You're watching America's Day at the races. We'll get back into the 7th race, approaching the 15-minute mark to post in just a little bit. Let's go back to what Torpedo Anna did in her closing statement for this 2024 campaign. A Grade 1 victory, gate to wire in the distaff.
taking on her elder rivals for the first time and just handled them quite nicely. Nice effort from Raging Sea, who had to play Torpedo Anna's game to lay up close to her, just second best. This was a coronation, a tour de force for a champion.
5 Grade 1 wins. The only blemish, that whisker of a defeat to Fierceness when she faced the boys in the Travers at 1.25 miles from start to finish this entire year. She has captured the imagination and attention of every race fan in the sport. She's been really the big story in the game.
She's very special. She's a generational kind of talent. This is the kind of horse that you'll be talking about 10, 20 years from now. The resume she put together this year, and particularly with the lack of consistency with the older horse division, I think warrants her to be named Horse of the Year.
I mean, is there even a conversation for a case to be made for anyone else? If she hadn't run as big as she did in the Travers, would it be a different story?
Yes. I think then it opens it up to the idea that maybe one of the 3-year-old boys could be. I don't see that. She did everything but win in the Travers, and then she came back and followed it up with 2 more Grade 1s and then beating elders in the Breeders' Cup. And it was a year that you didn't have a standout leader. I mean, there's conversation of who's going to be 3-year-old colt champion. So you can't name one of them Horse of the Year. The only horse that showed up on a consistent basis and built the resume is Torpedo Anna.
Now, going in, and touched on it going to break, had Fierceness won the Classic, he may have been able to make that case for Horse of the Year. In defeat, he runs sensational here. In the end, Sierra Leone gets the setup he needs, and this time stays straight, finally gets that big win here for his connections.
Yeah, listen, Sierra Leone is a very good horse. Fierceness is a very good horse. Forever Young has shown he's a very good horse. I've come away with the idea that this 3-year-old crop, which I wasn't sure was a great crop, is a better crop than I was giving it credit for. At the end of the day, I think Fierceness ran a better race than the winner. Not to take anything away from Sierra Leone. It was a tremendous run from a horse that tries hard, but he got the setup. They went a half in 44 and 4.
Supersonic pace. Up front. Yeah, 22-2. Fierceness opening quarter was only a length back.
Yep.
44-4. And you look at the other pace setters, where were they? Well, they finished 3rd and 2nd to last in this race.
Yes. Yeah. So listen, sometimes a horse is defined in a defeated effort. I think this race really points out that Fierceness is more than just a horse that needs everything his own way. He fought for it. He was part of that scorching pace. And he got beat by a very good horse who got the right setup, had the right style on the day. To me, Fierceness is your 3-year-old champion.
I think he gained in stature, in a lot of people's mindsets with this performance he put forth. Let's go to Maggie for more. So now the debate, Maggie, who should be 3-year-old of the year? Each of these 2 horses have finished ahead of each other twice.
Exactly, Greg. And when at least the Fierceness of the spring, when he met Sierra Leone finishing much better in that Kentucky Derby. But I do think that we're dealing with a different Fierceness from midsummer on till now. He has been nearly perfect, besides yesterday when I agree with you guys. I think he ran the best race of any whilst in defeat, attending and close to those quick fractions. Now, if you want to head on over to X, I did put up a poll as to who should be 3-year-old champion, and that is what it's called. And if one more person says Torpedo Anna, which she is a cinch to be 3-year-old filly champion and very much deserves to be probably Horse of the Year. I do agree with that sentiment. Who should be 3-year-old colt champion? And it's a very close race so far. Fierceness at 46%, Sierra Leone at 44%. Had to include Dornick as he was good for a brief period of time and should be included in the conversation at least. But I would have to agree. It feels as though as of now, Fierceness might be the better 3-year-old as we head into those Eclipse Awards in January, guys.
And he's got to, look, this was, take nothing away, whatever happens. From Sierra Leone, he got it done. Yes, he got it set up, but he ran that big race. He got it done down the stretch.
Sure.
And for Chad Brown, by the way, 19th career Breeders' Cup victory. Congratulations to him. Couple just standout races, though, from Fierceness, particularly that Florida Derby. That was the most dominant race really, I think any horse put forward this year, and I know Beyer-wise it doesn't say that way, other figures you look at, that was the fastest race anybody ran all year.
You know, and I think Maggie made a great point. Fierceness in the spring is a different fierceness that we're seeing now. He's matured. He's gotten to be a bigger, stronger horse. And I think he dispelled any idea that he just needs everything his own way. For a horse to attend a 44-4 half mile going 1.25 miles, and then to fight as tenaciously as he did down to the wire against Sierra Leone. Listen, Sierra Leone's very good. My humble opinion, Fierceness ran the best race yesterday, even though he wound up second because of the dynamic, the way the race played out.
He should have been at the back of the pack with as fast as he went early, as close as he was, shouldn't he?
You could have seen him finish in 10th, and you go, well, of course, that was going to happen. He was, part of that scorching pace. Now, that being said, then you would say, yeah, Sierra Leone's got to be the 3-year-old champion. The fact that Fierceness fought him all the way to the line, did not let go. I'm sorry, I'm more impressed with Fierceness in that respect. I don't have a dog in the fight. I think they're both really good horses. I'm glad that we're probably going to see them as 4-year-olds, and we maybe settle this more on the racetrack. But for me, Fierceness built a little bit of a better resume, despite the fact that Sierra Leone got the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Yeah, and look, at the end of the day, look, wins do matter, but you do have to take into account how it happened in there. I mean, we'll see it. We'll see if a lot of voters do that. Everyone has different criteria who's part of that voting committee, and some of them don't dive in as deep.
I just hope that people don't go, well, he has more earnings and he won the Breeders' Cup Classic. That's my pick.
Please don't do that.
Go deeper. You really got to do your homework. It's
Earn
a privilege to
that
have a vote.
No question. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. 7th at Belmont of the Big A. Approaching the 8-minute mark to post. And there's one of the contenders for sure. Twisted Filigree, 5-2 right now. Manny Franco for George Weaver.
Gunrunner, sire of a champion 2-year-old. He is the sire of 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 individual millionaires. With $10 million yearlings in 2024, he is the sire of a first crop classic winner. He ranks number 2 on the general sire list. Grade 1 winning millionaire Gun Pilot, new to 3 Chimneys.
Immersive has kicked it into high gear now. And here comes the undefeated filly, and she goes right on by at the gate pole. Immersive has taken charge, and she is pulling away under Manny Franco. Here is a champion, no doubt. The undefeated Immersive wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Brad Cox, Godolphin, they were high on Immersive before she ever ran, and she just capped off a championship 2-year-old season with that victory in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and that man was aboard for the performance, Manny Franco.
A 2-year-old filly that has 3 Grade 1 victories for him. There might be arguments in other divisions. That's a slam dunk.
Indeed. Here's Mazzy, Joel Rosario at 11:01 from the rail.
Yeah, got up sprinting for maiden claim, and this is tougher.
Eddie the Great's got some races that figure. Luis Rivera Jr.
A closing style in a race that I think sports ample speed.
Next door, Romero Mirage on a big price, Master Freud.
This horse, when he runs his A race, shows speed. He should be forward here.
George Weaver Barn, and here he is, Manny Franco, pilot of Immersive.
Get Manny Franco, strong finisher, drops out of the Carl Place, should be in a good stalking spot.
Can you make any kind of case for Street Rod?
I think he'll have a say in how the race is run because he's probably going to show speed, but I don't think he'll be around at the finish.
A-lister, another huge price.
This horse would be a major surprise.
Noble Huntsman, 12-1, was behind Eddie the Great, Twisted Filigree, 2 big contenders near 4th, beat 3.5 lengths last start.
A deep closer, a horse that I've been looking to kind of one-day break through, and he just never seems to quite get it done.
This one, turf debut, was going longer, cuts back in distance now, and equipment change.
I like to turn back in distance here for Dave Duggan. I think he will be heard from through the lane. He'll be going in the right direction.
Blinkers come off for the 8, by the way. Here's Nano Man, blinkers off as well.
Impossible trip last time when he stretched out and was wide chasing. I think he's getting back to a more appropriate distance.
Always a warrior. Here's Christopher Elliott for Carlos David.
Yeah, not an overwhelming turf pedigree. The mare did produce 1 lower-level turf winner.
First time on the grass for the 10, very stormy. First time on the lawn as well.
Yeah, and Bruce Levine switching surfaces here. Again, not a pedigree that screams turf.
And Flavian Pratt, Little Lang for Jorge Abreu.
I think the outside post aids this horse's chances. A horse that has trouble, his first step or two, not his best, and he has a tendency to get buffeted about at the break. Runs less a risk of that with that outside draw.
Like that warm-up, 5-2 from that outside post, 3 minutes away from the 7th. Take advantage once you're a NYRA Bets member. Track stats, bet smarter, win bigger. Weekly Aqueduct track trends, stats, and betting insights. Get all of it right there at NYRABets.com. So 9-5 favorite. Twisted Filigree, George Weaver Barn, Manny Franco. But Maggie, intrigued to see what you have to say here about Lil Lang and the warm-up leading up to the gates opening here under Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, Greg, he's feeling himself out there, isn't he? He's full of energy, but it was controlled back in the paddock for a horse that at times when I've seen him in the past, he can be a little bit on the distracted side. That was not the case today, and he seems more enthusiastic about his task at hand today. And I do like this horse. He had a bit of trouble down the lane in his last start where he was along the rail, kind of in that second flight of horses. And then when you are pulling those ground-saving trips, a lot of times on the turf, you have to deal with traffic. And he had to eat it for about 1/8 of a mile or half of the stretch before he could extricate himself from the inside, get to the outside. Wasn't really able to re-rally that much, which I don't love, but let's give him another shot here. Drawn on the outside, reunited with Flavian Pratt here for Jorge Abreu, and I love everything I'm seeing from this horse, especially as he is the current second choice to the 4, at least based upon appearances. I much preferred Lil Lang. Moving on to some bigger prices at 21-1 is Tomicon for Dave Duggan, who I have to admit immediately grabbed my attention upon walking in the paddock. He looks sensational. But I do have my reservations about this horse turning back in distance. He is a bit long. He has a lot of scope to his frame. He doesn't scream sprinter. So I don't want to be too harsh because he's 21-1 and it looks like he's doing fantastically heading into this. But I just think that a little bit more ground might be preferable. Number 9, Nano Man, is another one turning back, but he has an accomplished resume sprinting on the turf. This is what he wants to do. He is petite, to say the least, well named. But look at his races early on in his career when he didn't wear blinkers. He showed more speed. So they're going back to that today, taking the blinkers off of him. And I just, A, he's totally a sprinter, and B, I think this equipment change is quite intriguing. As we move on to number 11, Very Stormy, trying the turf for the first time. Central Banker, not the most influential turf sire, but if you do some digging in the pedigree, the dam is half to Distorted Beauty, who's multiple stakes placed on the turf, as well as Invading Humor, who is a multiple stakes winning New York bred on the turf. Now, this guy just kind of has bad feet. You know, he has the glue-ons with the Equilocks, and there's, you know, they've had to build up his feet a lot. But sometimes those types of horses really do appreciate a switch to the turf. And, you know, looking at his form, he'd only have to, if you throw away the last race, which I don't think you can. I mean, there wasn't much excuse, but he at least has the numbers on the dirt that if he improves just a little bit on the turf, Greg, could put him in the mix.
All right, Maggie, see how this plays out coming up. 8-5 favorite. It's Twisted Filigree for the George Weaver barn, who has that tactical speed to lay close.
Yeah, and it's the first time he gets Manny Franco aboard, and Manny's one of those strong riders. He doesn't ask a horse as much as he demands from a horse.
Let's go back to the most, well, 2 starts back, I should say. And this was third beat 3 lengths, and Eddie the Great finishing just ahead of him in this one.
You know, he was in the position, right, chasing. I'd love to see him get a pocket kind of trip, right? Sit right in behind the pace, but have cover, so he's not the one having to make the first run all the time.
Out of this performance, went to that Carl Place, proved to be a bit tough. That was putting blinkers on for the first time. 22-1 that day. This is a much more realistic spot where should be a much stronger contender, and that's why you're seeing that price 8-5 here. But are you as taken with the way Lo Lang looked?
I love the way he warmed up. You know, he left, he got in that good frame. You know, that's something that we see from a lot of our top riders on the NYRA circuit, Flavien Prat being one of them. It almost feels like Kendrick Carmouche really started this trend, and a lot of the riders kind of took notice and jumped in and started warming their horses aggressively, up aggressively. And I've always been a rider that believes in vigorous warm-ups. You're asking a 1,000-pound animal to go from a standstill to full stride. Their blood's got to be up. Their legs and muscles have to be stretched and limbered. You're not going to just, you know, walk outside and go running a mile, are you? No, you're going to stretch. You're going to get loosened up.
Get that air in the lungs, as you like to say.
Yeah, open up the lungs a little bit. Get them breathing properly. To me, it's so important.
8-5, Twisted Filigree. 2-1, Lil Lang from the outside slot. Flavien Prat. Not just that classic win, Breeders' Cup Filly and turf win as well on Moira. Probably sealed him his first ever Eclipse Award.
I think he put the exclamation point on an Eclipse Award winning, deserving year.
Record-setting Saratoga meet puts him at $34 million in earnings. Just about $3.7 million ahead of Irad.
Some 3 riders had incredible years, and Irad Ortiz Jr. as well as Brian Hernandez, but I think Flavien sealed it with this weekend's Breeders' Cup.
And that sensational Saratoga as well. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call. Here's the 7th.
And they're off. Good speed from Nano Man. In between horses, far outside there comes Always a Warrior in that early mix, and in between horses, Street Rod. The gray Street Rod is now a half length in front. Right there is Always a Warrior challenging from second. At the rail, there's Twisted Filigree in third. Little Lang has joined that early mix from fourth. In behind them comes Nano Man, who broke on top but is now back to fifth. Is to the outside here of down towards the rail is Master Freud in that 6th spot. Tomacan is making up some ground here from 7th, and behind them, that's A-Lister towards the back, tightly bunched there, and just having to steady. That was Eddie the Great to be the trailer, is back there with Matzi. Matzi's also there with Noble Huntsman in that mix towards the back end of the field with Very Stormy. 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile, and they got to get to Street Rod at a big number. Street Rod turns it for home and is up by 2. It's Street Rod who's in front. A host of pursuers in behind, and here's Twisted Filigree, the first to challenge. Twisted Filigree is ready to run right on by the big number. It's Twisted Filigree. Here's a big run from Master Freud at the rail, A-lister. Here's the run from Master Freud to the outside. Twisted Filigree looking for the line. Twisted Filigree with an exit in front. Twisted Filigree, Master Freud, Twisted Filigree with the win. Twisted Filigree wins it over an oncoming Master Freud. Then came A-lister Street Rods in there with Nanoman in 1:08 and 3.
Twisted Filigree got a battle late, but able to hold off that one for the victory here. George Weaver, Manny Franco, Commonwealth Stable, and wins. Is this, what, 7-5 favorite in the end? 8-5.
8-5. He got that pocket trip that I was hoping he would get, right? He didn't have to make the first run, and he got to save that ground before tipping out, and he needed all of that energy saved by saving that ground, because Master Freud, who with a change of tactics today a little bit further back, came with a determined run, but that strong finish, Manny Franco, Twisted Filigree, that ground-saving, coveted pocket trip you get on turf, was able to fend him off late.
It might have been a 99-1 shot in third. I think it was A-lister. We'll make that official shortly. Wow. 15-1 underneath, maybe 99-1 to complete a trifecta, but no doubt about your winner, Twisted Filigree. Game here to hold off Master Freud.
Yeah, and it just once again shows you how important it is to save ground, not be the one to make that first move, get some cover. And you see all Manny's ample strength and skills on display there. Nice effort by Romero Mirage on Master Freud for Bob Caceres to get second, but Twisted Filigree get the right trip.
And it was the 6 getting third at 99-1. Tote board doesn't go any higher, so we don't know what price this one went off at. 8-5 favorite, over 15-1, over 99-1, over 13-1.
Well, I said this A-lister would be a big surprise. It's a big surprise he hit the board, but a nice effort there. And your favorite gets it done, though, with a perfect trip and a pretty fast finishing time, 1:08 and 3.
George Weaver Barn, Manny Franco, Commonwealth Stable. Weaver owns part of this one as well. With the victory, we'll talk more championship weekend when we come back at a first for Cherie DeVoe. Congratulations on that win in the Breeders' Cup Mile. That turn of foot from More Than Looks on display.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Dumbo in Brooklyn. You spent some time there, didn't you?
I've been all over Brooklyn. My area of Brooklyn was more Gravesend, Sheepshead Bay, Coney Island, but I'm familiar. You're a Brooklynite now.
I am.
My fellow Brooklynite.
It's not far from my hood. Twisted Filigree getting by the speed and then holding off Master Freud late. Some big numbers underneath, but it's the favorite here in the 7th as we go to Maggie.
And please be joined here by Manny Franco. And Manny, a horse that you just had in the perfect stalking spot along the rail in Twisted Filigree.
Yeah, that was my plan because every time he was on a speed duel. So today I want to give you a chance, like I let those two horses go and I sat behind and worked out perfect. He still kind of, when he passed, made the lead, he started like pull himself up a little bit by keeping, riding, and he responded pretty good.
I was going to say, not a horse that's going to win by a lot, but is going to get the job done.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, Manny, a horse that really got the job done was Immersive on Friday. A filly that you and her just seem to get along so well. And I was a little concerned. Were you by the fact that before they went in the gate, she got really kind of hot and really on her toes? Talk a little bit about that entire day with her.
Yeah, I think it was because, first time California, new track. It was a lot of people too, so I guess all of that get her jumped up. She was sweating a lot. She was anxious. So I was trying to keep her relaxed the most I can. But it seemed doesn't be a problem. She anyway, she get it done. So I'm just happy to get my second Breeders' Cup and just happy for the connection too.
It was fun. It was fun to watch because I was like, "Ooh, she's getting revved up." But watching you and her, you're like, "I don't care. It's fine." But two, I thought definitely her best performance to date. Her 4th career start. She put some separation and really kicked away from that field.
Yeah, it was a fast pace in front of me. But as soon the 10-horse move outside me, so I say, okay, I'm gonna hit the clear by the 5:16, and my filly just get comfortable after that, and she just started getting into her rhythm, and she opened up. She surprised me the way she did it, but we knew that she was a nice filly.
As you said, second Breeders' Cup win. How much more does it make you want even more after getting that win?
And I'm excited. I'm just happy to get those opportunities, and just keep on going. I'm gonna work hard for be there those days every year if I can, and just get them the most of the opportunity they give me.
Well, you've done an awesome job with her. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, Maddie.
All right, Twisted Filigree getting the win with Manny Franco aboard. As you could tell, pumped up with that Breeders' Cup win. Greg?
As he should be. Immersive, that is a special talent to be aboard, and just showed how dominant she was against that division. Now, obviously, very exciting to see what's going to happen with her as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, to have a 2-year-old filly win 3 Grade 1s and, the punctuation mark being the Breeders' Cup juvenile fillies. She's a champion. Manny riding another champion. He's had a couple now under his belt. And you could see the emotion there to get that opportunity and to deliver that kind of good, patient, skilled ride on the big stage. You want to be there. You get 1, you want 2. You get 2, you want 4, and so on. And you could see how much it means to Manny.
We'll get to the Discovery coming up next. He's going to be in a long shot in that race, which we'll set up momentarily. Late pick 5, Twisted Filigree. Back-to-back favorites here, including that odds-on favorite with Nick Style. Still 2 legs to come, and Batten Down somehow gets beat here. Things could get very wide open in that last race if it's not Trinity River or Talia for Clement.
Yeah, listen, I think Batten Down is like I said, a cut below the very best 3-year-olds, but he's very good. But this is a pretty deep field. There are some horses that could step up here.
1 1/8 in this Discovery. Batten Down, Grade 3 Ohio Derby winner. We saw him 3rd in that Jim Dandy. Tried the Travers. Not up to the task of the likes of Fierceness and Torpedo Anna that day, and comes right back with that impressive win, though, at Churchill Downs. So we'll have more on this coming up. Let's get back to Del Mar, what we saw on Championship Saturday, and Rebels Romance does it again. 7th Group or Grade 1 win for this horse, who's now won this race 2 of the last 3 years. Charlie Appleby train keeps on rolling.
And with his main man, William Buick, Martin Buick's his brother, William Buick, in the saddle. And he was a little bit keen early, got him to settle, got first run, opened up, and was able to hold off the Japanese runner, who didn't have the greatest trip. There were a couple other horses that had some, tough trips in there, if you will, but Rebels Romance created his own trip, and he's a 2-time Breeders' Cup winner, both at Del Mar.
Incredible. And they're going to bring him up again next year.
Well, Breeders' Cup is at Del Mar again next year. I don't blame them. And look at this record in the Breeders' Cup, and he's doing that at the highest percentage.
It's remarkable what he's been able to achieve since he started bringing horses here to the States. And for Rebels Romance, that far outside post, and I think it was a little surprising, you brought it up briefly, William Buick made that quick, kind of early move to put himself in contention. I don't think a lot of people were expecting that.
No, but I think he realized that from that position, I've got to come forward so I'm not hung completely, ridiculously wide into that first turn. And once he got positioned, now the key was, can I get him to switch back off? And once he did, and he was able to give him that breather in the middle of the race, it takes a special horse to be able to do that, but it also took a very special ride to have the nerve to do that. And he got it done. But I think that also goes back to he and Charlie Appleby have such good communication and trust in each other. And that's critical. Jockeys and trainers need to have trust in each other and be able to communicate and be on the same page. And the trainer has to have confidence in the rider to let him do his job. You cannot micromanage. If you hire a guy to do the job, have confidence he can do it.
Meanwhile, Filly and Mare Turf, I was, the moment we saw Moira in the Diana early on that Saratoga meet, that was our first start back of her 5-year-old campaign. I couldn't wait to see what she would do the rest of the year. Former Canadian Horse of the Year, winds up winning the Breeders' Cup, Filly and Mare Turf. And this is her first Group or Grade 1 win.
That surprised me. I was actually very surprised because she has kept very good company. Kevin Attard has just done such an amazing job, her trainer, campaigning this filly. And she got an absolutely flawless ride. And I really think this is one of those instances where Flavien Prat's familiarity with Del Mar, right? He ruled the roost in California for many years, and that short stretch and making that decisive move off the turn into the stretch made the difference.
Third try for her in this race. Cash is in, and by the way, you can have her if you want her up for sale on Monday's Facing Tipton sale.
That is such an amazing sale, and I've been there on that night. And it's just a star-studded event, the best of the best, and a lot of the horses that compete in the Breeders' Cup, Fillies and Mares, show up there.
Breeders' Cup Mile, and more than looks after 3 times facing and being defeated by Carl Spackler, turns the tables, and it's so fun in these races to watch this turn of foot down the stretch. Just devastating.
Your best turf horses have that acceleration, what we term turn of foot. What a spectacular ride by Jose Ortiz, too. Patient, he got pace, he came with the last run. He had spoken about the race at Keeneland when Carl Spackler beat him, that he thought he might have been best that day, and he lost a little momentum at a critical juncture. Well, that wasn't the case this time.
Final quarter, 22.77.
That's European-type turn of foot. He outkicked the best European closers. That's saying something.
First Breeders' Cup win, Cherie DeVaux. Congratulations. What a ride from that man right there, Jose Ortiz, who gets a lot of opportunities for that barn. And this one had shown so much potential. Got a late start to this year. Didn't come back until early August. And in the end, might have helped this one.
Might have been a blessing in disguise, right? Because he had 2 preps into the Breeders' Cup and came in then 3rd off the layoff. So now he's fit, but he's still fresh. And I think Jose Ortiz having that familiarity with him by then and having the confidence to say, I'm going to just sit and wait and come with the last run because he counted on that acceleration.
Congratulations, Cherie DeVaux, her entire team, and paid tribute to Chuck Simon and what an impact he had on her coming up to do what she's doing now. Very nice moment. We're going to take a timeout. We have the Discovery up next, and there he is batting down. 3rd in this year's Jim Dandy, Grade 3 Ohio Derby winner, the 6-5 favorite. On the outside post, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado look for the stakes sweep on this Sunday card next.
he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
As the field comes into the stretch, it's Performer and Tax, and the two of them are right together as they come down for the 8th pole. It's Tax on the outside, and it's Performer on the inside, and a great duel here through the stretch. Performer and Tax. Performer has the lead, Tax on the outside, and it's a big performance from Performer to win the Discovery.
4th win in a row for Performer. He'd go on to win a 5th in a row, but after a long time away, this was sort of his coming out party. Looked like he might have a really bright future in front of him.
Yeah, beautiful mover. God, I love the way he used to reach out for ground. Got a beautiful trip this day. And anytime you see these horses that have that deep Phipps family pedigree, the quality comes through. You know, they may need to find what they excel at, but that pedigree really backs them up.
Shug McGaughey runner, and Shug will have this one, Corporate Power, in this year's edition of the Discovery. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look here at Corporate Power, a horse that when I've seen him or when I saw him up in Saratoga, could just be distracted, just not really focused, lacking that, presence of mind that, okay, we're about to go out and run a race here. Just seemed like a bit of a goofball, to be honest, and kind of gave that impression in some of his races, maybe just not running, truly through the wire, maybe running in stops and starts. But he does come off a little bit of a layoff after being somewhat disappointing in the Grade 1 Travers, and he looks incredibly fit, and he's striding out beautifully, and he's, engaged. He's acting like he has his wits about him a bit more today. So I actually like him much more upon looking at him here than what I did on paper, because I just feel as though he's a horse that, at least on paper, he's probably a notch below the best in here, which is Batten Down, the only graded stakes winner in the field. So we'll see. Batten Down might be, or excuse me, Corporate Power might be ready to take that step forward. To his inside is number 6, Copper Tax, finishing third to Batten Down when they last met in the Ohio Derby. So he's coming off a considerable layoff. And while this is the first time I'm laying eyes on this guy, really fit, really strong, great coat to him. Like what I'm seeing from him, and I don't know how much he has to improve because he's run fast enough. The problem is that tactically he's a closer, and I don't know if necessarily that's going to be advantageous against your current favorite. As we will check in with him, Batten Down, rounding out the field as they make their way to the track. He looks great, and he was really distracted going back to the Travers the last time I saw him. Really calm, really focused today, which I appreciate, and looks the part physically, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Post-parade coming up. We start with Regalo Manny Franco, and one who looks like could be on the improve.
Yeah, and gets a good inside draw, short run to that first turn we talked about earlier, Greg.
Here's Hamilton's Way, Dylan Davis.
Feels like he's going to have to take a big step up to handle the likes of what he's facing here, but he has been running a steady diet against older company. He does get back in with 3-year-olds today. Trainer with potentially the horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, Kenny McPeak, generous tipper. Yeah, another one just feels like he's going to have to take a step forward, but that was a nice effort last time at Keeneland.
9-1 right now. More Vino. Jackie, rider change. Omar Jimenez Moreno at 51-1.
Yeah, this one would be a surprise.
Copper Tax is a player, 8-1 in here. Was third behind Batten Down last start off a layoff.
He's 7 for 11 lifetime, and he ran a big race against Batten Down. He is a player.
With a little bit of trouble, too. Here's Corporate Power, the Shug McGahee runner.
I like this horse. I'm a fan of the horse. I'm a fan of Shug McGahee's. Don Adams, Cortland Farms put a lot of money into this game, and nice to see when he gets a good horse.
Last ran on the Travers. Nice appearance here. Tuscan Sky, who's been sort of good, bad, race to race. His last was not good in the Haskell against Dornick.
Well, he could be sitting on that good one in the cycle.
And the 6-5 favorite here is Batten Down, Grade 3 Ohio Derby winner.
He's quick. He's a horse that's not always the swiftest away from the gate. Boy, he's framing up beautifully on the racetrack.
On business, isn't it?
Yeah, he really looks good in the warm-up.
Wow. 6-5 on Batten Down. That turn, first turn, it comes up really quick. He's drawn outside, but he does have that speed to use. So we're 5 minutes away from the Discovery. You can play it by getting signed up with Naira Bets. That offer, there it is. Use that code at sign up, bonus 200, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 6-5 favorite, Batten Down, but Tuscan Sky, an alternative who, you know, if he could bring that Pegasus race in here, everybody might be in trouble.
Yeah, when he runs his A-race is very, very tough. I guess it's what do you get? What do you expect today? And he's also a horse that runs his best race when he's forward. You know, Johnny Velasquez understands the importance of speed and position, and he has the confidence when he rides for Todd Pletcher. They both helped each other on their way to the Hall of Fame to allow horses to use their speed. I think he leaves trying to look for the lead here.
Disposing in this performance easily of Domestic Product, who would come back and become a Grade 1 winner of the Jerkins. Hades was third in there, but did not back it up, obviously, in the Haskell. He's been on the bench since.
Yeah, he's been on the bench since, but listen, he's got the right conditioner. Todd Pletcher knows how to get horses prepared off the bench, and he's by Vino Rosso, so there's that stamina influence there. That was a horse that Todd trained as well.
Back to the Shug McGahee runner. So here's Corporate Power. Last time we saw him was in the Travers this summer when he was nearly 20-1. Prior to that, race that landed him in that race, his performance in the Curlin when he was a length behind Unmatched Wisdom.
I made a case for him in the Travers, so I'm going to pick him here because I've always liked this horse. I think he's a horse that has a lot of ability. I love what Maggie had to say about him because there's been times he hasn't been the most focused individual. You know, young horses take some of them longer to grow up. It's kind of like people. And maybe if he puts it all together, he certainly has the physical look and he has flashed the ability that he should be a player. I'm going to take a little bit of a stand with him.
3 minutes to post in the Discovery. Analyst selections, you see right there. Even money on Maggie's selection. Batten Down as we go back to her now.
Ugh. Even money. No, I knew it was coming. I am a little concerned about that post position. It is a fairly short run to the first turn here is over my cameraman Aaron's shoulder. I can see the gate and the first turn quite easily. Between, it's just going to be a little bit of a tall task for him because I do think that number 8 in here, Dusk and Sky, they're going to try to use some early speed. He has not stopped moving with John Velasquez aboard. And as you guys mentioned, that's Johnny's MO. And it was such an odd race when he won the Pegasus at Monmouth. I was there that day. And it was like nobody wanted to give up the lead. Javier had the inside post and he's like, well, I'm not going to allow dirt to be kicked in my horse's face, so I'm going to be up there. I think Johnny has the same thing in mind, and I think they have figured that out about this horse, that he doesn't necessarily want to get dirty. So it poses, not that I love this horse by any means, but it poses a serious threat to the running style of your current even money favorite. Now, a horse that could capitalize on maybe some things heating up front is number 3, Generous Tipper. I have a feeling that this horse, Greg, you mentioned that the 1 in here, Regalo, could be on the uptick. I could not agree more, but I think Generous Tipper could be that horse that is able to now, third off the bench, run the best race of his career so far. And he was putting up 86s, Beyers back-to-back as a late 2-year-old. So I still feel like there's another move forward with this guy who comes in here for Kenny McPeak and just looks the part. Great energy, really healthy. Didn't want to necessarily link up with the pony, showing some feistiness with him when he first came on the track, and I like that. And his last race, albeit he got to ride the rail, which I do think was an advantageous spot to be in, win at Keeneland, but had to bide his time, wait, and then Brian Hernandez put him in a hole and scraped the paint, and he was more than willing to go on up through there. So showing some bravery as well. I just think this horse could be heading in the right direction, Greg.
Well, we'll see. It looks like potentially a few are on the come in this race. Late in the year, 3-year-olds improving, and Generous Tipper, this is his 3rd start back of his 3-year-old season.
Yeah, and listen, he had some races as a 2-year-old, too, that were very good. His Breeders' Maturity was very good. And then he had the 1 start off the bench, shake up that Ringwas. That was a pretty, long layoff, and then came back with a step forward. Absolutely a horse that can move and take another step forward.
Even his dirt debut, that was West Saratoga was a horse who early on thought he might be a potential Derby contender. Back in when he was a 2-year-old, 4-5 now on Batten Down. He really looked the part.
Looked tremendous in the warm-up, and he's by Tappet at closed hatches. The pedigree's all there. You get that deep Juddmonte Farm pedigree, and again, normally I'm really critical or tough on outside posts. For this particular horse, despite what Maggie talked about, and it is a short run of that first turn, I think it allows Junior Alvarado to allow him to run into the turn without having to ask him too much.
Beat with commuted out helps a little bit. Post 8 for Batten Down, but gonna have to send with that first turn almost immediately when the gates open. So there's Junior Alvarado.
Such a fine balance though, Greg, right? Like, do enough that you run into that turn to clear rivals, but at the same time not get your horse so riled up that you can't get him to switch back off.
And John Velasquez talked about that with Fierceness yesterday.
Yep.
He said the horse just kind of took to the bit and he couldn't shut him off.
Yeah, and again, attended a 44-4.5 and fought to the wire. Very game performance. To me, he gained immeasurably in defeat, and he showed a tenacity and a heart that if people can't question that anymore.
I said he grabbed onto the bridle, and then I knew I was in trouble, but who would have known how great he ran? What a performance, what a classic. See what happens here in the Discovery. Batten Down. Junior Alvarado from that outside post on the speedster. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
And they're off. Hart-Centa's Generous Tipper wants to be part of the early action, and they all line up. 5 of them across the racetrack here in the early stages. Generous Tipper was intent on getting the lead and won't get there, as quicker is going to be Morvino, and Morvino is ahead in front of now 2 wide Tuscan Sky. 3 wide is going to be Batten Down. These 3 hook up early. It's going to be Batten Down to the outside, in between horses Tuscan Sky, and at the rail, Morvino. Noses apart here as they work to the backstretch. Generous Tipper is now taken well off the pace, as 6 lengths back is there with Hamilton's Way in between horses moving forward. Corporate Power is comfortable enough, as in 6th in the center of the racetrack. The 2 at the back, Regalo, and the trailer, Copper Tax. They work up the backstretch, 23 seconds flat for a pressured opening quarter mile, and Morvino has dropped right out of it. Now a pace stool on the front end, Batten Down. No easy leads, as Tuscan Sky will not go away. Generous Tipper finds a nice journey, as Alone in third is coming after the leaders now. Also trying to rally on there is Hamilton's Way, who's getting encouragement to move forward. At the rail, here's Regalo. Less than a half mile to go. On the outside, Corporate Power second to last, and the trailer, Copper Tax, Tuscan Sky, and Batten Down. Neither will relent, and they went 46.51 for the half-mile time. Can Generous Tipper catch the top 2? Running on his Regalo. Copper Tax has run, is right in behind horses there, just having to steady, but Copper Tax is looking for a seam. They get set to reach the top of the stretch. Tuscan Sky is trying to dispatch a Batten Down. Generous Tipper has had that beautiful trip, and here comes Generous Tipper. The table was set, and Generous Tipper is trying to push on by. Tuscan Sky battles on towards the inside. Copper Tax is trying to join them. They approach a final 16th. Generous Tipper is now kicked away. Tuscan Sky a clear second. Copper Tax late for third. Generous Tipper wins the Discovery. Generous Tipper wins it over Tuscan Sky. Then came that late rally from Copper Tax and Batten Down in 1 minute 50 seconds flat in the Discovery.
And a perfect example of a setup here. Generous Tipper, good performance, but got a hot pace in front of him. 2 horses battling up front. Comes and gets him.
You cannot get a more perfect trip, and he needed every bit of that perfect trip to get by a very game Tuscan Sky, who was the last man standing in a barroom brawl with Batten Down, but then was picked off by that tripped out Generous Tipper. Kendrick Carmouche delivered that perfect ride. And as a rider, Greg, you're sitting there third in the clear, unencumbered by anybody around you, and you're watching these 2 horses chew on each other in front of you, and you're just kind of rubbing your hands together going, oh boy, this is going to be good. But he had to fight for it. Tuscan Sky would not relinquish, but he got it done with that perfect trip. Generous Tipper.
That's a good comeback for Tuscan Sky. Battling in here, hanging around late. It felt like a little bit like a classic all over again, didn't it?
It really did. You know, and listen, that's his style, Batten Down, and Tuscan Sky. Johnny was not going to relent and allow him to clear. A very, very game effort and a really good horse race, but this is such a great example of trips mattering and getting that perfect trip. Kendrick Carmouche delivered.
At 9-1 for the victory here. And don't discount Tuscan Sky first start back since that disappointing Haskell, when you have to think probably something went wrong. That's why he went to the bench for so long. But maybe a horse who has a 4-year-old, we're going to see some big improvement from him.
Yeah, particularly his sire, Vino Rosso, got better as he got older. Todd Pletcher very familiar with him, as he was his conditioner as well. And that was a super game effort.
Became a Breeders' Cup Classic winner.
Yeah. Tuscan Sky. Doesn't it sound nice? Wouldn't you like to be in Tuscany right now?
Wouldn't
Tuscan
mind it.
Sky?
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Yeah.
South Ozone Park, New York, not a bad second.
No, actually it looks good. I like the view out on Jamaica Bay.
3, 8, 6, 9, 9-1 upset. Kenny McPeak Barn adding a little extra after a big weekend already with that win of the Distaff for certainly his champion, maybe his horse of the year filly, Torpedo Anna.
Yeah, nice way to, kind of finish the weekend on a high note after that brilliant effort by Torpedo Anna.
3, 8, 6, 9. Generous Tipper, Kendrick Carmouche, Kenny McPeak walking out Thoroughbreds with the win in the Discovery, come and getting those 2 who battled up front in Tuscan Sky and Batten Down.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old in a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the World's Marketplace. Keeneland November breeding stock sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
The classic looks of a two-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 two-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage, America's Day at the Races. Generous Tipper taking advantage of batting down Tuscan Sky, battling on the front end up front. Comes and gets him in this stakes victory. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Facing Tipton November sale, world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. Kendrick Carmouche, well done.
If you want to watch a perfect trip, when we talk about perfect trips, just watch this replay. You cannot get a better trip than Generous Tipper got. He was well prepared by Kenny McPeak. And listen, I think he's got to be in the conversation. Chad Brown's probably clear favorite to win the Eclipse Award as Trainer of the Year, but Kenny McPeak becoming only the third trainer and the fourth overall to win the Kentucky Oaks and the Kentucky Derby in the same year.
Pretty incredible. We're going to send it downstairs to Maggie. Maggie, who's in the house?
We're here with Kendrick. We're hustling some Popeyes, Kendrick.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with Popeyes. They got that dirty ricer in the casino with them, too, you know?
I'm a big fan of the biscuit, but that's for another story, another interview. Perfectly executed, the way that this race looked to unfold. You came out of the gate hustling. Talk a little bit about your plan going into this one with Generous Tipper.
I just wanted to break this horse sharp and get him to the rail, you know. I know the outside horses would be sending out of there and getting position. I just thought that would be the best spot for me to win the race. And I just hugged the rail the whole spot. And when I asked him to come out at the quarter pole, you know, he's still a little green, but man, every time that horse looked like he was gonna come back, he just went a little bit more, you know. Kenny spot this horse right to the end of Discovery. I thought this was a good challenge for this horse, and he made it look easy.
He really did. And like you said, it was as if you couldn't have drawn it up any better on paper, knowing that the two outside horses were going to go.
This is whenever you can see a jockey study his program right here, you know. I knew I had a lot of shots today, but I figured this would be the best one, and I had to make sure that I win this race, and I got the job done.
We were talking with Katie Davis prior, and she said, I set the goal of winning 2 races today, and she executed it. For a jockey, for you personally, what do you come in with every day? You know, do you set specific goals, or you just try to go out there and execute what you've kind of, you know, drawn up when doing your homework?
I mean, if you betting on me, you're gonna have to bet me every race because I want to win every race. It's not one race that I don't think I can win, even though I might not be 9-5 or 30-1. I feel like I can win. They put me on the horse to go out there to try to do what I do best, and you know, I'm always live. You know, you can beat me up all throughout the day for 7-8 races. When the 8th race come around, you better be ready. I'm ready. I didn't turn the page. I'm ready to go again.
And our man up there cashed in and got some chicken.
Yeah. My man gonna bring us some Popeyes later to the Jocks room. We got all the money. We got all the money.
Congrats here, Kendrick.
Thank you, Mag. Louisiana, baby.
A generous tipper. How much you want to bet Kendrick's a generous tipper too, guys?
Oh, we have no doubt. That's what I was trying to get, a Louisiana in the house. We knew we'd get it from Kendrick. Well done. Nice ride. And as you said, again, as you're a rider and you see that, you're just licking your chops.
Oh, man, you're just going, oh, boy, how sweet this is. And I didn't know if we were going to get that Louisiana house because he seemed a little preoccupied with Popeyes.
And that dirty rice.
And the dirty rice.
Walking out thoroughbreds with a Discovery victory. And generous tipper. You know, another one Maggie had talked about in the post parade, one of these improving 3-year-olds. This was just his third start of his 3-year-old campaign. Now he's put together back-to-back wins.
Yeah, listen, you know, obviously he needed time off, but he's come back in good form. And another horse will be interesting to see how he goes forward, particularly into his 4-year-old season.
One leg left. Here we go into the nightcap. Mile and a 16th on the grass. New York breds, maiden special weight. All trying to get that first win. Talked about it earlier when we briefly touched on the race. Looked like it goes through the 4 and the 10.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm a big fan, honestly, of the 4, Trinity River. Out of a mare, White Rock Lady, was a half to a filly called Nothing But Fun, who I used to ride for owner Barry Schwartz. Actually won the cotillion on her, and I just like to see that show up in the pedigree that now he has the sister having foals for him. You know, Barry's such a student of pedigrees over the years, and I'm sure he was happy to be able to acquire White Rock Lake because of the connection with Nothing But Fun.
All right, we'll dive in deeper to this race in just a bit. Let's get back to the Breeders' Cup. Filly and Mare Sprint. A lot of talk between the top-heavy Ways and Means and Society. In the end, surprise here. Soul of an Angel. First Breeders' Cup win. Saffie Joseph Jr. And it got emotional, obviously, with the performance, but these part of the same connections as the horse who was taken away from him as well, who wound up winning the Classic, White of Ario.
Yeah, and gets it done here under Drayden Van Dyke. There was a lot of contact. Boy, Society could not have been gamer. She engaged with the 10 horse, and they kind of did bumping. I thought hurt both of them a little bit, but that unencumbered path, that unhindered path that Drayden Van Dyke had. And how about Drayden Van Dyke? Was kind of stagnant, took time off, was having some issues that he needed to work out personally, and wound up getting an invite from Saffie Joseph to come to Florida and ride, and goes back to Del Mar as a conquering hero. I think it's a great story.
Second Breeders' Cup win for Drayden Van Dyke. Yeah, good for him. Look, she had that competitive performance against Idiomatic, Soul of an Angel.
Yeah.
And cut back in distance. Gets it done in that group. Breeders' Cup Sprint, so much speed lined up in this race, and a lot of people thought Straight No Chaser would be part of that speed scenario. John Velasquez sitting back off the pace and then comes late to get him.
He fired out of the gate like he was going to be head and head for the lead. Johnny was able to back him off a little bit, sit that perfect trip, and didn't set him down. If you watch Johnny into the stretch, he's still traveling. Didn't set him down till just about the 8th pole. Nice to see Dan Blacker get a win like this, and Hall of Fame Johnny Velasquez adding to his already impressive resume.
A look at your list of Saturday winners. Started, ended with some big surprises. Soul of an Angel, which showed you in that full Serrano and that Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, where certainly turn comes up so quick. There was a 14-horse field, almost unfair. If you're drawn outside in that Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, that played a big part of it. Let's go back down to Maggie and your favorite moments that we saw from Saturday.
Well, just trainers getting their first Breeders' Cup win. And while I'm incredibly proud and happy for Cherie DeVoe, she does have some firepower in her barn. She has some great owners, horses with a lot of good pedigrees. But Dan Blacker has had a rough year. And it just goes to show you that one horse can change a lot. And he doesn't have, a massive string of horses in his barn, but the job that he has done with Straight No Chaser, came out of that dominant performance in the Maryland Sprint on Preakness Day last year with an injury. He was patient. He brought him back to the races under his tutelage, and it was just really, had a master plan with this horse to get him to peak in this Breeders' Cup Sprint. And I thought it was such a great ride, too, by John Velasquez, because he's not going to panic if he didn't get to the lead. Just bided his time, got this horse in a rhythm, and he dug in and earn that victory fair and square. So happy for a good friend in Dan Blacker and his team and his wife Christina as well. So really some great moments at Breeders' Cup this year with, it's not all about the big guys. I think Aiden O'Brien was the only big trainer that won 2. Everybody else, every other race was won by one individual trainer throughout the weekend. Guys?
Yeah, really happy for Dan and Christina as well. And Dan he's done a masterful job with this horse, who's had a lot of stops and starts in his career, but that talent with this horse has always been there.
Had him primed for the right day. Big performance, very happy for him. And I think Maggie said it well. So many of the bigger name trainers that people are more familiar with have the numbers, and they have access to the bigger owners and the ability to go buy horses for big prices and deep pedigrees. So when you get a trainer that doesn't have quite the same access and they're able to, win on the major stage like that, I think it's very, very satisfying, and it shows. There are so many good horsemen and women out there, and they just need opportunity.
Yeah, and taking advantage of it when given to them. Well done, Dan Blacker and his team. That was fun to see that horse step up in that kind of performance in a race that looked like there was so much speed in there. And he was one of the speeds, but showing that new dimension.
But firing out of there, right? Clean break, get your position going forward, and then settling. Because you don't want to give anything away at the break, get buffeted about, and then you're basically shuffled out of position. It was Johnny Velasquez getting him out there and then easing back off it, and he had a very willing dance partner to get it done.
Nightcap to come. We'll get into it when we return on the turf, mile and a 16th. There's a look at Trinity River. Should be your post-time favorite for Linda Rice. Flavien Prat will have the mount when we come back on our Sunday Fox Sports 2 coverage.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you on our coverage tomorrow night. Melbourne Cup, 9:30 Eastern. Fox Sports 2, the race that stops a nation We hope to see you for that one. I believe 24 lining up to go 3,200 meters.
Which is what, 2 miles, right? Yeah, I believe it's about 2 miles. And there's a couple of riders making that Breeders' Cup, Melbourne Cup double, jumping on planes. You lose a day getting there, but that's pretty cool.
Talk about an event that bucket list. I mean, that they call it that, Race that Stops the Nation, for a reason. Everyone pays attention. It is one of the remarkable sporting events in the entire world.
They love their racing there. It's always a big celebration. I was there for the Golden Slipper, which is their biggest two-year-old race, and they embrace it, and they have a good time.
Well, we talked about the 4 and the 10, major players in here. This one's very interesting as well. I'm due. Second time on the grass, had a troubled trip in that first effort at Monmouth. With more, let's go down to Maggie.
Yep, Greg, I'm due. I'm due to go to the Melbourne Cup. I really want to go too, as my husband has gone and says it is the best day of racing across the world. So one day, Greg, we're going to get there. I'm due, though. I really liked his first race, which was against Open Company at Monmouth. He rode the rail, so saving ground, which is good. But then once he was switched out by Jorge Vargas that day, he got a bit green. He was wandering around, but still continuing forward momentum, which I appreciate. What a bonny-looking horse here in the paddock. Real kind of typey and handsome. Is quite feisty, so hopefully we won't see that greenness continue into his second start, but strong, fit, ready to go. I'm due. Moving on to number 4, Trinity River. Now, last time on October 19th, there was a horse who flipped in the gate, therefore being scratched and scratching 2 other horses, including George Briggs, who is on the outside, who will get, oh my gosh, another Michelle Nevin horse trying to hurt people. But Trinity River in the paddock was really acting up badly that day. Well, this time around, they've assuaged those bad habits. He's a completely different animal, totally different attitude, calm, not washed out, not nervous, not acting out. So hopefully that bodes well for how he runs today, Greg. But then again, it's not like I think that bad behavior deterred him from running well in the race, but it's always a good sign when they're a bit more relaxed.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Post parade, here we go. Here is I'm Due. You're just touching on. So second time on the grass, Kent Sweezy.
And ran against Open Company. Now gets here New York breds by War Dancer. He needs no introduction. Terrific sire here in New York.
David Donk, John Velasquez, turf debut for New Matthew.
Yeah, Dave Donk reaches out to John Velasquez. He doesn't think he has an empty wagon. You got to respect him.
Mike Maker Barn, Joel Rosario, and the stretch out and turf debut for Have a Cigar.
Yeah, Mike Maker's so proficient at changing surfaces and stretching horses out.
Third try routing on the turf for Trinity River, 7-2 with Flavien Prat.
I think both of his starts were very good, and I like this horse.
G5, first-time starter.
Tough for a first-time starter to win at this distance, but again, by War Dancer.
Aussie at 23-1, John Terranova trains.
Yeah, ran better on the turf in a restricted claimer. This is a little bit tougher.
9-1, Romeo Void taking place. Second start, gets on grass first time.
Yeah, kind of the complete makeover, right? Comes back as a gelding, changes surfaces, stretches out.
A lot of dirt sprinters trying grass and stretching out here, including the 8 Viking Warrior.
Yeah, and another War Dancer. We see that War Front influence here.
This one tried turf last start, did not go well.
Yeah, Ads Blinkers is going to have to improve.
Focused warm-up, though, at 47-1. Here is Tehila. The Dam produced a pretty good one on the grass. Was a sprinter Carey, who was a 4-time winner.
Yeah, but I'm seeing a little bit more sprint in the pedigree in this horse stretching out for the first time.
Arches Assault at 32-1.
Thought enough of this horse to try him in a stake first time out at Finger Lakes. Now gets to the turf.
And Chad Brown Barn. George Briggs with a Rat Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, homebred for Peter Brandt's White Birch Farm, but boy, a tough post way out there. He'd have to be decidedly best to overcome that draw first time out.
5-1 for the debut for George Briggs. And leaders at the meet, final race of the meet. Dylan Davis, congrats to him wrapping up that jockey title. Chad Brown wins another, and that momentum carrying over for Seth Klarman and Klorovich Stables.
Yeah, hitting on all cylinders, certainly, and congratulations for fine meet here, the Belmont at the Big A meeting.
44 wins for Dylan. And all three of these gentlemen, terrific summers, and it has continued here into the fall at South Ozone Park, New York. Let's go back down to Maggie.
And taking a look at a horse who's trying the turf for the first time, that's number 3, Have a Cigar, son of Practical Joke. And on the bottom side, it's a pedigree that, could push you in any direction when it comes to surfaces. As the dam, she went 1 for 7 on the turf, but she did win on all 3 surfaces. And the most successful son or daughter was Brooklyn Strong, who's a graded stakes winner going long on the dirt. But this horse have to 2 turf winners from 6 to try. Massive turf hoof. Very convincing, at least physically, getting on this surface. Should be okay stretching out. Good-looking horse. I would give him a look at 10-1 right now as Joel Rosario aboard from Mike Maker. Tehila, she is a filly facing the boys for Christophe Clement. I've been wanting her to stretch out. And Christophe, I feel like every one of these 2-year-old races for the boys, he has a filly in, because I think he just has so many for this condition, and the turf season is waning here in New York, so he wants to get starts into them. I know, and Meg's right. The pedigree doesn't say longer is better, but looking at her, I think she should appreciate it. It's just, can she be good enough against the boys? The board would say, quite possibly. Now, that first-time starter from the Chad Brown barn, George Briggs, as I touched on back in the paddock, he was affected when that horse on his inside, went up in the gate, turned over, and whatnot. So he was a late scratch that day, and I feel like he was taking just about the same money that he was. But he was drawn in the 4-post. Now he's drawn in the 12-post. So that's a bit of a problem. And on top of that, I thought, yes, he's a horse that is professional upon debut. Watching him today, he's very energetic and into the bridle in the warm-up. Still could look a touch more fit, but I will say there, if you do a little digging in the pedigree, there is some precocity. That's the dam. She was after a 2-time turf winner in Europe who won the debut as a 2-year-old, because there really isn't that much immediate pedigree with this Peter Brandt homebred. So I think he could run well here. It's not like he's that Chad Brown horse you think, whoa, he's just going to blow this field away. No, I'll take the wait and see approach and bank on a horse that has experience with number 1, I'm Due. Greg?
All right, thank you, Maggie. We're going to take a look at it. 6-1 here for I'm Due. It was, again, as Mig said, against Open Company at Monmouth.
Yeah, now gets in against New York breds, and just to give people an idea, roughly 1,000 foals in the state of New York in this foal crop, where Open Company is more about 20,000 foals. So it just opens the gene pool up, right? A little bit less. Now, the winner was very good, but this horse actually really finished after having an alter course at a critical juncture. Good post, has to get a trip. I think Amdu's a player for sure. I like Maggie's selection there. I'm going with the 4, Trinity River. I think both of his first 2 races were good. He should be forward. You get Flavien Prat. And out of that mare I talked about, White Rock Lady, who is a half to the graded stakes winner, grade 1 place, nothing but fun for Barry Schwartz.
All right, we'll see how it plays out. Mandatory payouts today, being the last day of this meet, and pick 6 is healthy. I'm Due, the 167,000. Although it's saying 5 of 6. It's a mandatory payout.
Well, it's mandatory payout today because this is the end of the Belmont at Big A stand here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, but for some reason, NYRA-Bet's showing 5 of 6 in the pick 6. We'll have to sort that out.
It starts all over again this week, a new meeting. The standings start from 0 again, so as a jockey, a trainer, an owner, you can't rest on your laurels. It's always a next meet coming up.
To the 4, 8,455. And how about all these guys? Arad Ortiz Jr. and Junior Alvarado trekking back across the country. I mean, there's just no rest in this job, is there?
No, you've got to show up. You got to be there. One saving grace for most riders sleep really well on planes. You know, smaller people that can kind of get comfortable in their seats. And I got so good at it, Greg. If I'd left California on the red eye, I'd fall asleep sometimes before the plane took off, and they might have to wake me up when we landed in New York.
I believe it.
Saving grace, though. You get your rest where you can.
Yeah.
I actually slept better on planes because I couldn't worry about, if one of my kids had a bad dream or something was going on. There's nothing you can do. You're up there, so.
Here's one of the main contenders in here you thought looked more sprint. Had been in 3 sprints. Produced a very good sprinter in the past. Can this one handle a route of ground? We'll find out.
At least from the pedigree, but Maggie had nice things to say as far as this horse's, physical prowess as far as getting a distance. And Christophe Coman is a world-class horse trainer. So if he feels like this filly will stretch out, Maggie also made a great point. We're getting later in the turf season. He's got a lot of maidens, horses that need to run on the turf, so he's running a filly here against the boys.
Finale of this Sunday card and this meet. We go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
G5. Tequila's in. Arches Assault. Here's Ozzy. Two out still. Here's Arches Assault. And George Briggs, last to load. George Briggs goes in. All set. And they're off. Broken a very even line. Trinity River has early speed towards the inside, and there's G5 in between horses. Joining them is Aussie, is 3 wide. Very wide, and some forward momentum here from Arches Assault. They don't want to get too far back. And now Arches Assault is going to press on as they are very bunched up here towards that turn. Arches Assault is now going to secure the front, gets right over to the rail, is chased by Two Honest Mischief, now stalking from second. At the rail comes G5 in third. Cornering a little wide there was Trinity River, who's in the 4th position, very wide. The leader, Arches Assault's trying to get out on that turn, now gets over to the rail, a little tough to handle on the front end. In the 5th position comes Aussie, is watching that early action in between horses. New Matthew is moving on through splits rivals, has now taken 5th. That'll push Trinity River back to 6th. Then George Briggs is comfortable enough in 7th. At the rail, I'm Due in 8th, is followed towards the outside by Romeo Void. Then the 2 trailers, Tahila, with the back marker being Viking Warrior, one way back there. That's going to be Have a Cigar, is actually going to be just kind of eased up on the backstretch there. Looks okay, just eased up at the back end. 49.38 for that half-mile time, and on the lead, it's Arches Assault, and here comes a run from Two Honest Mischief, who's ready to challenge. Here comes a big run from Aussie, 3 wide, and Aussie is coming after the leaders. George Briggs is in full gear, too, and George Briggs is now taken 4th, is going to rally wide as they get set to reach the top of the lane. The leader in between horses, Two Honest Mischief. Aussie has got a big run, not done yet. Arches Assault. New Matthews looking for a seam. Might get tight there for New Matthew, and George Briggs has taken the lead. It's George Briggs who's spent it on by, and George Briggs opening up here. Look at George Briggs just open up for Rad Ortiz Jr. A 16th left to go. It is going to be all George Briggs for the leading trainer. Chad Brown gets the victory. George Briggs wins it over New Matthew. Then came a photo with Trinity River and Arches Assault. Tahila rallied on late in 1:44 and 1.
Rad Ortiz Jr. back from championship weekend here in the nightcap on a first-time starter for Chad Brown, George Briggs.
Very impressive debut here for George Briggs from that outside post, circled up, and he sprinted through the lane. Look at the stride on this horse, Greg. He drops his head, he reaches out. Irad sets him down here, and he just widens on this field with every stride. This was very impressive debut here. Nice run from the 2-horse under Johnny Velasquez, 4. Dave Donk. New Matthew found his way through traffic to get up for a clear second, and it was a tight photo for 3rd with Trinity River there. But no doubt about the winner. To overcome that post on debut, going a mile and a 16th. Credit to the team, and a nice homebred here for Peter Brandt.
4-1, George Briggs, first time out, a 19-1 shot underneath John Velasquez on New Matthew. Second, we got a photo for 3rd. We'll make that official When we come back, Peter Brandt Silks for the Chad Brown Barn, leading trainer at the meet, adds one more in the last of the meeting here with a first-time starter showing some promise. We'll be back.
Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Ms. Big Bucks.
Ms. Big Bucks gets the victory.
As well as Born Dancer.
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
And 26 Black, winner at 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rockridge Stud for the 2025 season.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back at our Sunday coverage, you're watching America's Day of the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you where you can play it all. Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. It's a first-time starter in the nightcap. Chad Brown, Peter Brandt, Rat Ortiz Jr. with George Briggs. Let's go back to earlier in the card. Turn back the alarm stakes, race 2, mile and an eighth, and Christophe Clement, Joel Rosario Evidencias.
Got that inside-out trip. Joel was so patient. Didn't tip out. And I love when riders ease out into the stretch. They don't angle out. They don't waste a lot of motion going to the right. They sift out to the clear. She drops her head and comes with that relentless late run to run down a very, very game Movie Moxie, who did all the dirty work on the front end and just failed to hold on. But Jose Lezcano gave her every opportunity. And listen, I was bit critical over the fall and summer into the fall about Joel Rosario, and it just feels like over the last few weeks he started rounding back into form, and he's a rider. When he gets good, he's very good.
Got Farbridge where Farbridge wanted to be in the Breeders' Cup turf, just not good enough.
Perfect spot though for Farbridge, that coveted pocket position. I thought he gave all his horses chances. He came away with the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile and got on a red eye and came back here. Won with his last mount at Del Mar yesterday and his first mount at Aqueduct today.
Not bad. Back-to-back stakes wins for Evidencias. Rosario Clement with that win early on the card here. Wraps up this meet. We still got to bring you prices here in a moment. It was 12-2-4-11 in the nightcap coming up. And then, of course, we hope you join us next weekend. Here's what's on tap as we start anew with Grade 3 Pebbles and Autumn Days on Friday.
Yeah, Autumn Days, another turf sprint. Good week of racing on tap, and I'll be back at it here on Friday with you guys.
I hope so.
I got a late schedule in November. I'll be around.
Glad to hear it. So yeah, it's going to be a fun weekend. We hope you join us. Rat Ortiz Jr., first-time starter here for Chad Brown. Peter Brandt Silks, Fog of War 2-year-old from a tough outside post. Overcomes it to win pretty easily here.
Yeah, Fog of War, a son of Warfront for Peter Brandt. He was a Grade 1 winner as a 2-year-old for Peter Brandt, won the Summer Stakes up in Canada. Very small crop. I think he's had about 18 starters, but he gets a nice winner here. And how about the way this horse finishes. I mean, he drops his head and really goes for home. I was impressed with this debut.
And find just another gear right there.
Very professional, too. He hit the front. He was straight as a string, and he went for the wire. New Matthew at a big price. Johnny Vasquez for Dave Donk. Don't sleep on that. And Trinity River had a rally through traffic, did just get up for third.
So 12, 2, 4, 11. Superfect over $3,200. Not bad. Pick 6, $10,181. Pick 5 comes back $968. Take a look at that sequence here. And for Nick's style, that was a free square for most, going off at that very short price. Twisted Filigree, one is a favorite. But then you got 3 nice prices elsewhere.
Yeah, good handicap, and if you can come up with a couple of those. But Generous Tipper, boy, if a horse ever absolutely tripped out, and that's not to belittle his performance, and he's a horse that certainly can continue to
Took
improve.
advantage,
But
yeah.
gosh, when you're watching a trip like that, you know, for me as a former rider, I'm up here, I'm envious. I wish I was in that spot because you just wait and you go, oh, it couldn't be any sweeter to get that set up.
Couple of horses going into championship weekend that people were, you know, obviously Torpedo Anna so excited to see with the year they had had. She was one of them.
Yep.
Cogburn with just how dominant he had been. Sub 1 minute, 5.5 furlong performance on the grass. Seemed like he was invincible, and then midway through this race, it seemed like it was over.
Yeah, he didn't break as sharp as he always does, and Irad had to ask him a bit. I heard some criticism that he opened up on the turn. He's been riding him that way, so you can't criticize a guy for doing what has been successful. And the winner, Starlust, he came bursting through between horses. There was an inquiry, but I think the stewards had it right. He was getting through the gap when Cogburn took a step out, and he had to force out a little bit because he was committed to that spot. But that was a big run.
Huge run, and got to say one of the biggest disappointments, certainly, of the weekend, because he was such a massive favorite with what the resume he'd compiled to that point. Was sensational for Cogburn.
Yeah, but listen, maybe it just wasn't his day. Yes, he went fast, but that's what Cogburn does. When he is good, he smothers the horses, particularly around the far turn with that speed. So I don't think Irad did anything wrong. I think he rode him well. I just don't think it was his day.
Meanwhile, Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile to close things out. It's almost unfair, isn't it, with the way the track configuration is to line up 14 of them?
Yeah, and it certainly comes down to trips. And Full Serrano got a beautiful trip. Horse that ran extremely well in the Pacific Classic, going a mile and a quarter. And he came into the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He was 4 for 7 at the mile distance for 2 seconds. So you knew he was more of a miler type. Got a beautiful ride for John Sadler by Joel Rosario, as did Post Time.
He always shows up, doesn't he?
Always shows up, and Sheldon Russell gave him a great trip. Didn't tip him wide, worked his way through traffic, finished well. Just a really good result here. And I'm going to be full disclosure, I hit that exacta, so I was happy.
He figured, yeah, coming out of that much longer race, and he was competitive. And he had that good inside position as well with that turn coming up so quickly in that race. Here's a look at all the winners again from Saturday. Started with a $41 winner, Soul of an Angel. Safi Joseph Jr., first ever Breeders' Cup winner. Good for him. Torpedo Anna closing out potentially a Horse of the Year campaign. Rebels Romance winning the turf for the second time in 3 years. Sarah Leone finally breaking through after being, it's not even arguable, the most consistent 3-year-old this year.
Yeah, showed up every time. Has never missed the board, despite maybe costing himself at different times, and certainly opened up that door to that conversation about who's 3-year-old champion. For me, it's fierceness, but I can't blame anybody for going that direction. Will say this. Earlier in the year, I wasn't convinced this was a great 3-year-old crop, and I am completely wrong. This is a really top-class 3-year-old spot. And the other thing that stood out, you know, that riders have gotten in this habit, Greg. They grab the flowers when they win, and they throw them in the air, and it makes a great photo with all the flowers cascading down. The filly with Drayden Van Dyke, Soul of the Matter, or
Soul of an Angel.
Soul of an Angel. He threw the flowers. She almost ran out from underneath him. It spooked her, and he was grabbing for Maine to stay on. Settle down, guys.
Be careful. Absolutely. You never know when you can get sprung from one. What an incredible weekend. Again, we expect this to our biggest days to deliver, and it exceeded expectations.
Delivered in a big way.
A lot of fun. And again, some of the best news too. All these big names that the plan anyway for now to come back. Torpedo Anna, potentially Sierra Leone and Fierceness. A couple from Chad Brown's barn, Randomize and Raging Sea sound like they're going to come back as well.
A lot to look forward to.
Absolutely. Rebels Romance.
Yes.
Come back again as a 7-year-old. We'll see you next week, 12 Eastern, but we're back tomorrow night. Melbourne Cup coverage begins at 9:30 Eastern time. It was Evidencius, Rosario Clement in the Turn Back the Alarm, back-to-back stakes wins. Pumping Pie, Nick Style. This is a very good filly for Bill Mott and Junior Alvarado. Set off the pace, showing a new dimension. And in the Discovery, what a setup. Kendra Carmouche comes against Tuscan Sky and batten down on Generous Tipper for the victory.